Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. My name is Pope Metallicus, and welcome back to Rock and Roll Religion, where we have a hell of an episode for you today. This is my favorite fucking record of all time, and we have a hell of a panel here to talk about it with us. We are talking Screaming for Vengeance by Judas Goddamn Priest. My favorite band, my favorite record. Let's fucking do this thing. And who do I have to do it with? Well, as always, my co-host and emotional support metalhead, Imperitus. How you doing, buddy?
I've already told you, hungover and annoyed. Don't make me repeat myself today, Pope. You won't be happy.
But it's funny.
No, it's not. Not when I'm in a mood like this. The humor goes away.
Fair enough.
Other than that, good as always to be here, hanging out with you. And when you hear what I have to say about this album, you may not want me around anymore.
No. That's not how this stream works. In addition, we have another regular to this channel, SgtHerbs. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Excited to be here. It's great to be back again, I'll say. And it's going to be a fun stream.
Yeah, and you're a relative newcomer to Judas Priest.
Yes. I'll get into that a little bit more during the stream, but relatively new to the band. Yeah.
And another old school fan and first time member of the stream, we have Joe's Atmosphere. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing fantastic, Pope. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I am fucking amped for this show.
Yeah, it's a good show to be amped for. I love Judas Priest. They were one of my favorites, and I was a young man when this album came out. So yeah, I'm ready to get into it.
Still one of my favorites, and they're still putting out quality content to this day.
Yep.
And last but not least, the man whose idea this initially was, and kind of where Rock and Roll Religion came from, it was a conversation between me and him. Welcome back to the stream, our own metal god himself, the Sentinel. There we go.
What up?
How's it going, bud?
Had to do it, man. Had to do it. What up, everybody?
How's
Thank
it
you
going?
for letting me come on the stream.
No, thank you for being here, man. Like, we've been talking about this for so fucking long.
I know, man.
And it's great to finally do it. And I'm glad you mentioned this was the 40th anniversary of this fucking record being released.
Today, July 17th, is the 40th anniversary.
Today, 40 years ago, this monstrosity was unleashed on the world. And heavy metal
the summer between my the summer between my junior and senior year. Yep.
And oh man, what a fucking record.
Oh yeah.
This is one of those must-owns.
For me, it's the greatest heavy metal record possibly ever written.
It's my like I said in the intro, it's my favorite record of all time.
There isn't a weak track on this album. It's all killer, no filler. There's a little bit where there's one song where it kind of dips in, for me at least, it kind of dips a little bit. It's a little bit of a valley, but it's not filler. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just a hair lower than the rest.
Right.
Pain and Pleasure, probably.
Yep.
I have the exact same opinion. Pain and Pleasure is a cunt hair lower than the rest, but it's still a fucking lights out track.
Absolutely. And then it goes right into the title track. So it picks right back up.
Which is one of the best guitar solos I've ever fucking heard. Especially with both of them dueling.
Yeah.
And they just seamlessly come in and out of harmonizing and trading off between who's doing what side of the solo. And Glenn and KK are the best fucking guitar duo of all time. And I say that being a fan of Dave Murray and Adrian Smith.
As songwriters too, they're a little better also.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
actually probably more better because Steve writes the majority of Maiden stuff.
Mm-hmm. And guess what? Priest has produced good material in the last decade,
Yes, they have.
whereas Maiden
Two
has
times.
kind of not.
Definite staying power with that band, no doubt. I'm not as knowledgeable about the guitarists like you guys are, but all I know is the Hellion is one of the greatest tracks I've ever heard.
Oh,
the
intro,
introduction to Electric Eye is just one of the best things ever.
I mean, the Hellion actually was covered by Sabaton. Not directly, but if you listen to the song Bismarck,
that's right.
It's directly ripped off from the Hellion. That intro riff is the Hellion with embellishments.
Wow.
And we are going to talk about that, but and I love that track too. And anybody who says that Sabaton aren't Priest fans, first of all, they were supposed to tour 2 years ago, opening for Priest.
Yeah,
and I had tickets. I had tickets to that show. And also, they've straight up covered a Priest song in Jawbreaker, which is off the next album, and another one you should absolutely listen to.
Yes.
But getting into the album itself, the Hellion.
Great fucking track.
Oh, man.
Possibly the greatest intro to a metal album of all time.
Yeah. It is the greatest. It is the greatest instrumental to song intro of all time.
Yeah.
Period.
It's just it just really amps you into what you're about to experience.
The Hellion guitar notes sonically make your brain open to the connection between the notes that the guitar's playing, the tuning, and the effects make you think of something metallic and electric being building up. And you notice
it's not even the toning, because it's actually in standard tuning.
Yeah, that's what everything. The standard tuning is the reason it sounds so metallic, because that standard tuning, people underrate standard tuning.
No, it's a great method, and if done right, especially with the old school, like I brought up a couple streams ago, the Marshall JCM 800. If you just crank that fucking thing for all it's worth, you don't need pedals.
Right.
This thing just has tone for fucking days.
Oh yeah, and there's a reason why the JCM 800 is still one of the most coveted amplifiers to get in metal. Like even modern metal bands those guitarists will still go out of their way to find a JCM 800.
That and the PB 5150.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because it was designed by Eddie fucking Van Halen. Of course, it's good.
Yeah, people will go for the EVH, like the new version of the 5150. But if you can get your hands on a PV, like that's gold right there. Absolute gold.
I still love how that thing was trialed by Eddie himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where basically instead of shredding on it and doing whatever, he just basically put it in a fucking room by itself and just left it on for a week.
Yeah.
And for those of you who don't know tube type amps, they don't like that.
Yeah. That's your stress test essentially.
Yeah, basically he wanted to make sure it could deal with a actual tour.
Yeah.
And the album itself is great too, and we'll get to that someday. I can't wait for that moment. I love Van Halen. But getting back to the song itself, like the Hellion is just this epic, bombastic, booming fucking intro to the album.
Yeah, it's I tell you, you guys are all into the guitar end of it. I gave up the guitar a long time ago because it was busting my fingers up, and I'm an artist. But what the Hellion did for me was it inspired me to do some great art. I had a friend of mine wanted a mixtape, and I led the entire mixtape with that.
Great song.
That one and Electric Eye. And
well, you can't separate the two.
No, you can't, and that's why. That's one thing I hate about
friggin'
when you put when you make something something for one of these new systems and you put it on shuffle, it always separates the two. And
I hate that.
I hate that. It's ridiculous. So I never put it on there. If I want to listen to it, I go ahead and just play the whole thing. You know.
Yeah.
But I did this mixtape and I did a picture of Thor swinging a hammer by one of my favorite artists fighting a dragon, and I named the mixtape the Hellion. That's how impactful it was on me. I love that piece of music, man.
It's so
awesome.
good. So
And
good.
Electric Eye, I mean, they were talking about shit in 1982 that we didn't
Relevant today.
see.
Relevant today. I
today.
was going to say that when we brought up
With
the song.
the whole
Yes.
surveillance state. We didn't
Exactly.
talk about that
Mhm.
until like the mid 2000s.
Yep.
Yeah.
In like the
They were
post
definitely
9/11
ahead of
era.
the curve on the
And
lyrics
they
of
were
that
talking
song.
about the
No doubt.
possibility of that in 1982. They
Yeah.
were also talking about the, rise of intelligent robots in 1980 with Metal Gods.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So these guys were pretty prescient when it came to what we're actually doing.
They weren't a
as-
stupid band, that's for sure. No
No,
doubt about
they,
it.
they weren't. I mean, they had their have fun songs, and then
Yeah.
they had the shit that they were actually talking about. Like, hey, this is happening, and it might not be a good thing.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would classify Electric Eye as very much that kind of thing. And also, what we were talking about with that dual guitar solo of just Glenn and KK both having their sound or their halves of the solo and then blending it into that harmonic at the end, which is just fucking awesome. Like a lot of people don't know this, the back half of that guitar or of that guitar solo, like going back into the rhythm,
Mm-hmm.
is both of them. Like they're
Yeah.
just playing in perfect harmony.
Yeah. And that's something that does take a little bit of practice and like a shit ton of playing with the other guitar player to be able to get that kind of synchronicity and get that timing down. Yeah, you could tell these guys played together quite a bit.
I mean, and these guys had already been playing together since 1973, I think.
They were around a long
1971.
time. It was
Was
a
when
good
Glenn-
decade before that album came out. No doubt.
Yeah.
It was 9 years.
Priest formed, I think, in '69, 1 year after
Officially 1970.
1970. Okay, 1970, and then
So that would be 12 years before this album.
right.
Hey, Arcasoul's here. Hey, Arc, how you doing, man?
What is up?
And we got Soul Assassin, we got Christian Delorme, Papa Cotton. We got a lot of our, regulars.
Hell yeah.
And I thank every single fucking one of you for showing up.
Hail to the chat, no doubt.
The chat is
Pope.
fucking great.
You would recognize Chad as Mer Emperor, the guy, other Marine buddy, Lance Corporal.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. He's fucking tight. Man, I've only had one glass of whiskey and already kind of slurring my words.
Irish
See,
coffee right here. Just starting my streaming day with the Pope today.
This is
Cheers.
why I-
Bailey's in my coffee. What's
This
up?
is why I stick to beer, man.
Fucking water, man. Fucking water.
I can just kind of sip on beer and kind of good all day.
Were you in there when we were talking about beer on Gilded the other day?
Yes, I think.
Were
I
you
was.
the one calling me out about the virus with lime?
No.
No, somebody else was. But yeah, I'm not a beer drinker. I'm a Jack Daniels guy. I guess in that way you could say I'm part of the Black Label Society, if you understand.
And that is the actual meaning of Black Label Society.
I know it
The
is.
people who love Jack Daniels,
Interesting.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what he's talking about.
which
Okay.
Lemmy certainly was.
Mm.
Every fucking screenshot of that, man, even when he's on stage, he had a Jack and Coke on his amp.
There you go.
Jack and Coke and I think Marlboros
Marlboro's, yep.
were basically his signature.
It's kind of funny because if you look at Lemmy, so many people try to be Lemmy, but it comes off as contrived.
Yeah, because
Lemmy
there's
is
only
one of
one
the
Lemmy.
most. He's one of the most earnest, upfront, kind of just
A
down to
lot
earth
of people they put on that facade because that's, the rock and roll lifestyle. With Lemmy,
Right.
that's who he
True.
fucking was.
Exactly. That's who
True.
he is as a person. That's how he's wired. He's not he's an alcoholic. Well, not really, but he drinks like an alcoholic, but he's not an alcoholic. That's what I love about
And
him.
we'll save that for a Motorhead episode,
Okay.
which we will be doing before long.
Okay.
Trust you, me.
Okay, there we go.
'Cause behind Judas Priest, Motorhead is number 2.
Speaking of people who were influenced by Motorhead, Metallica. Now, Metallica had, in 1984, they released Ride the Lightning. And if you know Ride the Lightning through And Justice for All, each one of those songs had an instrumental opening and then right into the main song, some of which kind of tied themselves together. Now,
and me and Imperitus had done a stream on one of the main influences for Metallica for their first album. And probably their second as well, Venom.
Yes.
Imperitus, would you like to chime in on that?
Hello?
On Venom's influence on metal.
Oh yeah, it was
especially thrash.
Yeah, it's some people understate it, I think, because I don't think without bands like Venom and Bathory and Sodom and Priest to a degree, there wouldn't have been any thrash metal.
No, I mean, like, that sound just wouldn't have developed. And Motorhead was absolutely a key part of that.
Yeah, Motorhead as well, for sure. Because if you go to the early thrash albums, like the first couple Metallica albums, or even the first couple Anthrax records,
or Slayer's
first couple, well, not so much Slayer per se, because if I was
Black
going to
Magic,
say,
really,
well,
that's straight up black metal.
Let me finish. If you go and read the liner notes of who they're giving thanks to, Venom is listed in all those bands, giving thanks to.
Well, I mean, there's pictures of James Hetfield from that era wearing a Venom "Welcome to Hell" T-shirt.
Yes.
Yep.
And yes, Slayer did actually also have an influence, at least on the second wave of black metal, anyways.
And they were influenced themselves by the first wave of black metal. I mean, you can't listen to Black Magic or stuff off their first 2 records and not think that they were listening to some fucking Venom. Because it's almost identical. Even some of their riffs are damn near identical. I'm not saying they ripped them off, but it's close. But Imperitus, what were your impressions of this record?
Here comes the fun. I'm not a Priest fan.
I know you're not.
I respect what they did and what they do and their influence on the metal scene. But when I was first introduced to Priest, I was young. And at the time, to me, and when I say young, I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. They weren't heavy enough. Because at the time,
so you've always been that extreme metal guy of not.
No, I wouldn't say that. But at the time, I was listening to like Metallica, Slayer, Anthrax, Megadeth, Testament. I was listening to like
8 years old.
That's fucking awesome, man.
Well, to his point, guys, a lot of people think that Priest was actually going mainstream with this album. Because
it wasn't a mainstream thing. Is I just their look at the time with the stud leather outfits. I was like, what the fuck is this? I mean, at 10 years old,
which by the way, they actually brought into metal.
Right,
they did. Yeah,
really.
You got to give them credit for that. Yes,
yeah.
They were responsible.
They brought the
for the
leather biker stuff in.
The studs and leather.
The studs and leather. Yeah.
Yep.
And
it was around the Killing Machine era, which is 79.
Yeah, Hellbent for Leather.
Hellbent for Leather, exactly.
Yep.
That entire record is Halford in the motorcycle outfit, leather, for the first time that you ever see it. And you see the motorcycle in promotional shots for that record. So, yeah, it started with Hellbent for Leather. It became more defined with British Steel. It took a little valley with Point of Entry because they kind of wanted to break into America, I think, a little bit more. So they kind of, I don't know. Point of Entry for me is just kind of a weird little transition album.
And yet it's a great,
Yeah.
it's a great different album for them.
I don't know how many of you guys were around when it came out, but I was.
I certainly
and
wasn't.
It was
I
there.
I wasn't around when this album came out.
Well,
I
this is
wouldn't
the
be around
deal.
for another 5 years.
We knew about Priest, those of us that listened to hard rock, but Point of Entry was the album where they got exposed on MTV. That's when they showed up on MTV. That's when they started. Let's see, Heading Out to the Highway and Hot Rockin' were probably the two biggest things on MTV for that album's run. So yeah, and they used to have a show called the Heavy Metal Half Hour, and my brother and I would wait with bated breath every day to listen to it. So
that's what turned into Headbangers Ball, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. I quit watching it after I got out of high school, but when I was in high school, it was called the Heavy Metal Half Hour.
Yeah, and I think that turned in. I think that got moved later in the day and turned into Headbangers Ball, which I can remember from when I was a little kid.
Back when MTV actually played music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we know we're getting old. Is MTV used to play music back when we were kids.
And what is it now? It's all reality TV shows based
I don't even
on
know.
movies. They play movies.
I haven't watched MTV in probably 15 years.
Yeah, it's been about that long for me too. Whew.
Do they have a streaming service yet?
Probably not. And if they do, then
they have 2 channels. MTV2, where you can watch more teenagers getting pregnant, I guess, or something like that.
And what's funny is the longest time when they started dipping into all the reality shows, MTV2 is where they shifted all the music videos to.
All right, I actually have I have graphics. I never fucking remember that, but
you slacking, Pope. You slacking.
Look at that fucking cover.
It's so good, man.
It's so
good.
Yeah,
cool,
that was the first one where they I don't know who the artist is, but I think the same guy did Turbo Lover too.
The artist,
Turbo,
the cover art was done by an artist called Doug Johnson,
and his name is actually in the corner of the album cover.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Did he do the one for Turbo as well?
Because I believe he did. And did he do the same one for Defenders of the Faith?
Maybe. Let me double check
because that does seem similar.
This is the best one. It really is.
Because
the cover for Point of Entry was just a road going into the horizon in the desert. That's all it was. That was the
Mark. Thank you for tweeting the show out. I appreciate it, man. We can, I tend to be a little too spicy for Twitter.
I tweeted about it. I tweeted
because I actually have a brain, but
threatening Germany to come and reinvade them again is a little more than spicy.
All right, hey,
I got kicked off of Twitter for saying hose 4 times in a tweet.
We were all thinking it. I just said it. All right.
Yeah.
Because it's Germany, and
you should wear it as a badge of honor, Pope. Don't worry about it.
I do. I managed to rustle the jimmies of all of Germany. And that makes me happy in my heart.
Well, Germany has this.
I meant getting off of Twitter, getting booted off of Twitter.
Well, that too. It's done wonders for my mental health. Not that was in great shape to be.
I mean, Sam. I mean, sometimes I miss like when something comes up, like a big kind of event, and I've got a really good take on it. I miss it, but other times I'm just glad because you used to wake up and check your notifications, and it's like, oh, this asshole responded to me again. Oh, this guy. Oh, I've gone viral. Oh, D. Snyder is talking shit to me because I called his ass out.
Well, yeah. Which, by the way, I think you and me were on that same thread. Fuck you, D. Snyder. Fuck you.
Is that the one where Razor Fist eviscerated him?
Yeah, because he was basically.
He was
basically calling for fucking government censorship over the fucking vaccine mandate and like how we should all do it, which, by the way, just to be official, D. Snyder, go fuck yourself.
Yes.
Pope Metallica is 2022.
Fuck yes. And I want to say this. This is my D. Snyder story, real quick. You know John Schaefer from Iced Earth?
Yep.
Well, D. Snyder was
we just did a stream on him the other week.
John Schaefer, he's an embarrassment to the metal community and all this shit he was storming and he makes it out to be like this, like it was like Anakin
when he's literally
Skywalker
doing
going
what
in to kill the
Twisted Sister,
younglings.
yeah, and he's literally doing what Twisted Sister claimed they were doing for the last fucking 30 years.
Exactly. It was, and I called it out. I had the clip of D saying in an interview, the Parent Music Council said we're not going to take it as a violent song and creating violence, and he said no, it was no more violent than the Declaration of Independence.
I
got you, motherfucker. You're the guy who wrote this song, but when John Schaefer actually does the thing where I don't know if you agree with him or not, but he walks the walk. He talks the talk, and he
did what he thought was right, and I can't fucking blame the man for that. And I believe in that same thread, I retweeted The Great Cat, which is, hey, come back here and suck my dick.
Oh, man.
Snyder's the charlatan.
If you've never seen that clip, it's fucking great.
Mm.
And the funny thing is, you know what saved heavy metal essentially from the Christians and the wine moms of America was John Denver. Fucking amazingly, John goddamn Denver.
Wine moms of America. That's funny.
Which I can only picture the rest of them sitting there in getting ready to testify, and everyone's like, okay, and everyone looks down and sees John Denver at the end of the row, like, all right, we know why we're here, but why are you here?
Hey, like it or not,
Denver, he was Mr. Family Friendly.
The old guy can tell you that he was a very influential musician.
No, he was, but at the same time, he was very family friendly and very
wholesome,
and
very wholesome.
Yeah, and we're all sitting there like, why the fuck are you here? We know why we're in trouble, but why are you here? It's like getting sent to the principal's office and then seeing the class president sitting right next to you.
Man,
we have another guest. Please welcome back to the channel the lovely, talented, and very, very derpy MilaMila. How you doing, Mila?
Hi. Sorry,
Mila.
I'm late. Hi.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Hi,
I'm glad you
everyone.
could join us.
Yeah, I just arrived home and I'm trying to catch up what you guys are talking about. But at least it's Judas Priest, so I can catch up somehow.
We're talking heavy fucking metal.
Okay, good.
Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah.
So, and apparently Herbs had never heard this record.
Okay,
Ooh.
let the cat out of the bag. I may as well talk about it now. So, I've had family members that have been to Priest concerts and saying I've got to check them out. They're really good. And today was the first time actually sitting through a full Priest album, which was this one. And I mean, I'd give it a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 for my first time listening to Priest. I thought it was really fucking good. I mean, 10 out of 10 is perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost nothing ever gets that, but I'd say a 9 at least. It was really good.
This is from 1982.
It's really hard for a classic or traditional heavy metal band for me to go fuck yeah, this is fucking awesome. But there's a lot of parts where I'm just yeah, this is fucking awesome. I like it. But yeah, it's funny too. I'm not even usually I'll go out of my way to listen to these kinds of bands, but I would definitely do that with Judas Priest for sure.
Well, Ark, I had to let her out of the kitchen eventually. She'd complain otherwise, and then I'd have to listen to it.
Oh my God, Ark. Sit down, Arcus.
Cookies I can bake,
Oh, I'm gonna get fucking slapped for that one eventually.
Well, Herbs, I can tell you this. As a fan of the band myself, you're going to hear stuff on par with what's on this album, but an entire album this good, you're not going to hear out of the band. It's one of those perfect albums. I've got very few perfect albums I've ever heard.
They have, I believe,
and they're
4
in there.
all killer, no filler albums.
And by the way,
this is one.
Yes. Painkiller is another, and I would say
Painkiller's awesome.
Yeah.
Defenders of the Faith.
And I would say, well, Painkillers of the Defenders has a kind of gets a little slow at the end with some of the like the last three songs. You could just kind of take or leave.
Actually, the only track I don't like is the last track, which doesn't fit on the goddamn record.
Yeah.
And
for this album particularly, Double Shot?
No, for Defenders of the Faith.
Oh, okay.
Which we'll go into later.
Yay.
But the fourth, I think, is Firepower.
Yes, I would agree with that.
That thing is just full on fucking heavy metal from toes to titties. Like, it is just Judas Priest being Judas fucking Priest. And showing the kids that, guess what? Dad knows how to rock too.
Grandpa.
At this point, yeah.
Here, watch it now. Watch 60s.
It. Yeah, Grandpa.
Deep water here. Watch out.
Grandpa well, not only does Grandpa know how to rock, he knows how to rock better than you do.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Whippersnappers, how the fuck it's done, man.
Yeah, and even although I'm only 35, I think I fully qualify in the grumpy old man category.
I brought the hair. I brought the hair with me today, guys. So
get off my lawn.
Hey,
I take surliness to a whole new level.
This is why we love you.
Cheers to that.
He is the angry side of this show. Well, I mean, if both of us get angry, well, then it's just not going to happen because we'll get banned.
Probably. Just call me the metal curmudgeon.
I will be right back, guys. Excuse me for a second.
No worries.
Of course. But yes, I mean, this album.
Go ahead.
This album is just. It flows so well together too.
Yeah.
That's true.
I just re-listened to the album just before coming on, and it's an album you can easily just leave on and just listen to it all the way through, and it's like a perfect sonic roller coaster ride.
The only time I will actually listen to this record is if I listen to the entire thing.
Yes.
I won't actually single out any of the tracks.
I mean, I'm on my fourth or fifth listen through of just listening to the whole album all the way through. Like I'm having a great time. It's an awesome album. It's I'd say a very good introduction to.
That's a good fucking question.
Priest.
What's my favorite song from the album?
Ooh.
Damn it.
I might have to go with Electric Eye.
Me too, or Fever.
But
Fever's a good one too.
Fever has a great fucking groove to it. God damn it.
Why you ask that question, man?
Every song on this record slaps.
I know.
Damn, it's like trying to pick your favorite fucking kid.
Can you count?
I might have to go with Fever.
I'm just gonna go with the title track.
Scream for Vengeance?
Screaming for Vengeance.
I can absolutely get that.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
And it has one of the best guitar solos I've ever heard on it.
Yeah.
Dude, all the solos I hear on this album, I'm just like, so good. So good.
They're just fucking face melters.
And they sound so metallic. Sonically, they sound metallic. You know? The riffs and the solos sound.
And also, I can't believe I put this off this long. Praise be Lord Thoth.
Praise be.
Hail the Lord.
Lord Thoth.
And Cajun Corey as well. How you doing, man?
What's up, Cajun Corey? Glad to see you here.
Oh, man. I'm glad to have you here. And Ark is apparently going to be listening to... Oh, that's not that one. No, there we go. No, stop moving. This is why we do the show, Ark.
Fuck you, respectfully, of course.
so savages like you can listen to good music. Oh, man.
Speaking of good music, I came across something last night that shocked even me.
Oh, yeah?
Indian metal.
Yeah. I've heard a couple of bands from India that are fucking sick.
Came across this band called Bloodywood.
Oh, Bloodywood's fucking awesome, dude.
And it's definitely not my style of things, but damn, is it good.
Yeah, it's like, okay. It's like, these guys actually came to play. All right.
And they're not, as far as I know, they're not on a label either. They're doing everything themselves.
Well, this is the awesome thing about the internet is that you'll hear bands now that you would never have heard even a decade ago.
Oh yeah.
Because
I had a friend of mine come over. We had a John Carpenter night. We were watching old horror movies, right? Guy I went to high school with. And we had a few cocktails, and we decided to just get on YouTube and start showing each other clips, right? And I was showing him funny stuff. That's my thing. I love funny stuff. And he was showing me European metal, and there was I think it was a Scandinavian band was using instruments from like the Middle Ages and stuff.
Oh,
I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there you can tap into. If you get outside the mainstream, you can find some really cool music. Are you talking
about Leaves Eyes?
I'm not sure the names of the bands.
Because I was
kind of blasted when we did it, but yeah, they
cheers to that.
Just some great stuff.
Hey, if you're not blasted when you're listening to heavy metal,
hello,
you're not doing it right.
Come on.
So good.
And some people would raise an eyebrow at that, like, but you listen to heavy metal all the time. Yeah. Cheers, fuckers.
Hello.
Yeah,
it's the best music there is, if you ask me.
I've been called narrow-minded by my brother because I don't like genres outside of like heavy metal except for like film music.
No, I do like a lot of other genres. Like I did go see Brad Paisley recently, and he's a brilliant guitarist.
I don't know if I'd call that narrow-minded though. I mean, it's you have a preference, you want to stick with it. Like nothing wrong with that,
The thing is, and I told him this, I said to my brother, listen, there's no other form of music that makes me feel as good or as alive, as intense, as happy as heavy metal. Driving,
old school traditional heavy fucking
this
metal.
album is amazing. Actually, driving is how I listen to most of my metal, to be honest.
Same here.
And I've seen that video, Soul Assassin. That's actually deceiving. That is from Swedish Pagans by Sabaton. Because that is what you do at a Sabaton show when they start playing Swedish Pagans.
Norwegians mosh. Oh, that sounds fucking awesome. They sit down and start rowing. I fucking love that.
My people, we do dumb shit.
Hey, but it's funny dumb shit.
Not all of it.
Most of it's pretty funny.
I'm sure most of it.
I mean, have you
There
seen
can
their
be comedy
diets?
in metal? There can be comedy and a sense of humor in metal.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, look at bands like Steel Panther.
Exactly.
Steel
But
Panther,
not even Steel Panther.
Trollfest.
Abbott is hilarious himself.
Yeah,
he'll make
but
mistakes
that's the
on
thing is
stage
they're heavy
and
metal as fuck, and yet they're almost a parody of heavy metal.
Right.
But they still kick ass.
Exactly.
Call of the Winter Moon, anyone?
Yes.
Yep.
Spinal Tap, anyone?
Hell, half of black metal is basically tongue-in-cheek making fun of black metal.
I got a good story about Spinal Tap. Tom Allom, who produced all of Judas Priest records in the 80s, said Priest was watching Spinal Tap and they thought it was a documentary and they were embarrassed by it. They didn't realize it was a mockumentary. And they were just looking at it, just cringing instead of laughing at it. They made a lot of the same like forgetting which city they were in, not being able to get to the stage, stage malfunctioning.
Oh, the Stonehenge thing is the best.
Yeah, exactly.
The Stonehenge bit is just fucking classic.
Yes. Oh my god!
Especially because that happened. That was on Black Sabbath, one of Black Sabbath's tours.
Yeah, the Born Again tour in '83.
They didn't realize that the Stonehenge that they ordered was like a third scale. So it looked really tiny.
Oh
No.
man.
It was.
If you have never seen Spinal Tap, folks, you want to laugh your butt off, watch that show. You will crack the hell
Bro,
out.
dude,
It
this is
great.
Spinal Tap is the best heavy metal movie of all time, with the
Yep.
exception of the movie Heavy Metal.
Hello. Yeah.
Absolutely watch that fucking movie.
Mhm.
I absolutely love it.
Didn't somebody
there's
do
great
a
guitar
show
riffs
about
and
that one
hits
not too long
everywhere.
ago? Didn't
Yeah,
somebody
Nick
on
Weiser
YouTube
did.
Yeah,
Nick
Nick.
did one. Yeah.
I
Was
think
it
that
a Toxic
what,
one
2
he did?
weeks ago?
Yeah. It was good stuff.
Oh, can I recommend a good channel? Good.
Sure.
Like, you know who Ralph Vieira is?
I don't actually.
Okay, the channel's called Almost Human, and he's like one of the greatest like music aficionados out there, and he's got really great like he'll do concert. I mean, just check him out. Almost Human on YouTube.
All right.
Great album reviews, great insight. He does Kiss documentaries and everything. It's just
Wow.
great.
Oh, do we want to get Imperitus started on Kiss?
Oh, look out.
Uh-oh.
I thought you were talking about Judas Priest. No, I'm just kidding.
Imperitus, do you want to respond to the Kiss part?
I hope Kiss dies in a grease fire.
Oh,
There
my
we go.
God. You're about to lose my brother. If he's watching, he's about to tune out, man.
I fucking hate Kiss.
I
And
might
I-
have to disagree with it because I'm not a huge fan of Kiss either.
And I have to agree with my co-host here. I fucking hate Kiss, those sellout pieces of trash.
Can we
I
spare
have
80s
strong
Kiss,
feelings.
please?
My
80s
brother
Kiss
was
is where
the
they sold out.
biggest. He was the hugest member of the Kiss army. He considered that the only music, and everything else was trash.
And
Oh,
Pope,
man.
they sold out from the
I have a
day
friend
they picked
like
up their
that.
instruments.
The
I mean,
only
Imperitus,
music,
you're not wrong.
really?
But at least their first couple records, like Detroit Rock City, it at least was okay.
Love Gun is pretty good.
If you wanted a more commercial, like heavy metal band, you would not find a more like commercial, radio friendly heavy metal band than Kiss. At least that's my opinion.
They're not
That-
even heavy metal.
They're not heavy. Well, they
They're-
get heavy metal in the 80s. Look at Kiss
Yeah,
in the 80s, from
they're
Creatures
not
of the Night
really heavy
to
They
metal.
started as a
Silent.
rock. They're a rock band,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Of
that
course,
tried
but
to
they did
jump on
do
the
heavy
heavy
metal
bandwagon.
albums a little bit.
Well, yeah, because they saw how popular it was and wanted some of that money,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
they down-tuned their guitars and tried to be like us.
Kiss has always chased trends.
Yep.
Period.
That would be another good way to put it instead of like commercially friendly, like radio friendly, chasing
chase
trends. Yeah. But I mean, they've got like the whole pyrotechnics, like fireworks show. They've got the whole like leather outfits, makeup thing.
Hell,
like,
they have a
it's just-
midget tribute band. That's
Oh.
fucking awesome.
Yeah, they do.
God.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
That's a thing?
We
Yes.
yes.
I've
Oh
actually-
yeah, we
I've
had them
actually
at a
seen-
nitclub I worked at. I was a bartender for
I've
18
actually
years. We
seen
had
them
them
live.
at
They're
a
actually
nightclub
good,
I worked
too.
at. Yeah.
Like
Oh,
it's not even just
no.
like they're actually good.
Oh man.
Oh, every Kiss tribute band is so much better than Kiss is now. It's not
Yeah,
even
right.
funny.
It's fucking hilarious that all of
I'm
the
not
tribute bands are
surprised.
actually better
Me
than the real
neither.
band.
Kiss is the Coke of rock.
I mean,
No, I disagree,
not
Soul
wrong.
Assassin. Cocaine is better and more fun
Oh,
for a little
boy.
bit.
I would say Kiss is the diet right of rock, at least right now.
and
Diet
Joe,
Sprite.
Joe has to go, so thank you for being here, man.
Oh, no problem, dude. I'm just glad you had me, dude. I appreciate it a lot.
No,
Uh,
it's been good talking to you. I guess I'll probably see you again later for comics.
Right. I'll see you tonight for the member stream. Yeah. Pope
If
and
I-
I'll be on that one. Listen,
show-
guys,
if I
you have
show
a
up.
good day, and I've got a stream I got to do. I'm trying to become Rippa. I'm trying to get my comic book out there.
And Joe,
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
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 Right.
Cheers
So-
to that.
thank you
Post,
for
post
fucking
his
coming
link in
out.
the chat so I can sub up, please.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely,
exactly.
absolutely.
Oh,
It's,
yeah.
Let's see. Let me grab my stuff here, and I will drop it in there. But yeah,
I'm
thanks for
fucking
having me,
terrible at
and I
doing that.
appreciate the exposure, man. Really. Anytime you've got, let me know what you're having. I'm not as knowledgeable as you guys with the members of the bands and stuff. All I can tell you about this band, guys, is I don't care that he's gay. I will listen to Rob Halford croon all day long because I love his voice. He's awesome as hell, man. He really
Fair
is.
enough.
But yeah, let me know what you're covering, and I'd be glad to.
I mean, join the server, dude. Like on Gilded, I have my own server, and
you got your own server? Okay,
yeah,
definitely. I'll get with you in the message. Yeah, for sure.
I'll send it to you after the show.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I ask my audience too what they want to cover.
Just copy and paste that. You'll find my page, guys. Look, you guys be good, and thanks for having me. And enjoy some Judas Priest, man, because there's nothing like it. They're a great band to get into. Herbs, I highly suggest you listen to the rest of their catalog because it's really good, man.
Honestly,
you guys be good.
After I heard this record, within a week, I'd heard most of their other records.
My personal favorite they did was Point of Entry, the one before this.
Point of Entry is good.
Yeah.
It's a little
you guys
more,
be good. I will
mellow.
see you later. Be good.
Take care, man.
Take care.
Take care. All right.
And you should all go check out his channel too, because I believe he has one as well. Joe's Atmosphere.
Absolutely.
And,
doing that right now.
Oh man. Well, since everyone has given their initial impression of the record, Mila, what's your impression of this absolute monstrosity?
No, why would you think that? No. It's definitely one of their strongest. Not my personal favorite, of course. I have to be contrarian here. But it's like what you said. You have to listen to the whole thing. You just cannot nitpick like with Defenders. You can listen to some songs individually.
Defenders, I can see. Like, I think it's all killer, no filler, but I can see where people wouldn't think that.
Mm-hmm.
And it also took me a couple of listens to really get into the spirit of it. This album, on the other hand, just start to finish, first listen, just like, no, this thing's fucking amazing.
It's a killer.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to tell me what's my favorite song and allowed me to combine Halen and Electric Eye into one song, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
Other than the Sentinel, obviously.
On that album for sure, but for this album, it's definitely Halen, Electric Eye.
Well, I mean, that is one song.
And Riding on the Wind is such an underrated follow-up to that song.
Such a good fucking high energy track too.
Yeah. Priest really on this album, I think, helped kind of solidify the beginnings of speed metal.
Yes. And that happened long before this track. That happened long before this track.
Yeah.
That happened on Sin After Sin.
Oh, that's right.
With songs like Call the Priest.
Yeah, the thing I was saying to you, Pope, before we started the stream was like, this really felt like a great introduction to power metal. And you were talking about how like these guys are the ones who really started out power metal and just traditional heavy metal in general. Like they were like the founders along with Black Sabbath. Like I definitely agree with that for sure.
There are literally dozens, if not hundreds, of bands that can list Judas Priest as a progenitor.
You can definitely hear, you can definitely hear throughout this album. I'm sure the rest of Judas Priest that I listen to, I'll be able to hear more, but I felt like I heard a lot of stuff. I'm like, there's bands that have taken stuff from Priest, no doubt, as just like an inspiration for sound or even like straight ripping off their riffs, things like that. But yeah, no, it's great. It's fantastic.
It's not just the riffs. It's the
attitude
and emphasis on double guitar songwriting incorporation.
And the attitude that just balls to the wall attitude that Priest has always shown. They're giving you everything they've got.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I will agree with Imperitus on later albums, with Turbo especially. They really kind of tried to go to the commercial route, and
it was 1986. Everybody was going with the same.
Although it almost ended up in the soundtrack for Top Gun.
Yep. which would have been.
Turbo Lover was actually the alternate for Danger Zone.
Oh
Imagine if
wow!
that was the song on Top Gun. Imagine how many
Judas,
people.
and Judas Priest said no. So they went with Kenny Loggins in Danger Zone. And Jesus Christ, can you imagine that opening sequence for the original Top Gun? With Turbo Lover banging out the fucking speakers?
I want to edit Turbo Lover into the opening of Top Gun and kind of just
Do it.
That'd be
it.
fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
I want that so bad.
Now, are we talking the new Top Gun or the OG Top Gun?
The OG Top
OG.
Gun. Where Danger Zone starts is like probably when the beat into Turbo Lover goes in.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But
It
absolutely,
fits so
dude,
well.
Sentinel, if you know how to do video editing, edit that shit together, and I will post it on this channel because I've wanted that since I heard Razor say it, and I actually confirmed it myself that was actually in place.
If I can figure out some way to get around the copyright, I will definitely do it.
Oh man, that is fucking. That's goddamn gorgeous.
Yeah, you have to do attributions like in your description, like I don't own this copyright, blah blah blah, and then of course you have to be okay with not making any money off of it too.
Well, I mean, I'm not even monetized yet, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, neither am I.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. I just want to put cool stuff on my channel that nobody else has done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. With some fucking like great edits, I'm all for it. I'd watch the shit out of it.
Like just a day ago, I tried to get Turbo Lover onto some footage of like the Blue Angels doing an air show.
Actually, there is a video on YouTube I need to share for that exact thing.
Okay, very cool.
It's the Blue Angels doing their performance to Dreams by Van Halen.
Oh, cool.
Which is my favorite song off of 5150. A hell of a fucking song in general.
Nice.
And is just amazing. I'll share it on Gilded. I won't do it on YouTube because this is just for my pretty face. But
and somewhere a mirror cracks.
Shattered into 1,000 pieces.
I've just been in a mood this week, and I ripped into Foul Ball a little bit on Friday too. He was sitting there going on and on and on about the Joker movie and blabbing about typical Hollywood shit. So I just like, Matt, we're buddies, right? Yeah. Do me a favor. Next time you go grocery shopping, get an enema kit because you still got a little bit of Hollywood left up in there.
God damn.
Oh my god.
Fucking enema kit.
Hey, when you've been listening to black metal for like 30 years, you start picking up some really good one-liners.
Yeah.
Because the lack of fucks given is helpful.
Well, I mean, I think that's heavy metal in general. Just the lack of fucks has built up over the decades. And
Yep.
You know what? That's a good dude.
It's a little bit. It's like the heavy metal commandments, almost like "Thou shalt not giveth a fuck."
Yeah, it's like,
I love that.
As 70s is so fond of saying, "Behold the field in which I grow my fucks, and verily thou shalt see it as barren."
That's a good way to put it.
Oh man, I have to go for a second, but you guys keep talking. I'll be right back.
All right. So, Imperitus, I am curious. I know you said you're not a huge fan of Priest. Is there like specific things other than just the kind of music that you grew up on, and then the outfits that you saw that you were just like, nah, this shit ain't for me? Or was it more?
It's kind of, because it's funny because when I was growing up, my one aunt was kind of into metal, but she was a trend chaser. Because now she listens to like fucking country music, especially once that got popular. And she was trying to get me into it. And she was always telling my mom, oh, don't worry. It's a phase. He'll grow out of it. And as I got older, I got heavier and heavier.
Gotcha.
And heavier. And I even knew back then she was full of shit as a kid. So I was like, you want me to listen to this? Yeah, you're not real. You're a poser. I'm not going to give a fuck about this.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So growing up, I had a friend in high school that had like introduced me to bands like Metallica and Exodus and Rush and Iced Earth. And I remember one of the things that he said to me, because we were like, we're like 14, 15 years old. We're gonna start a heavy metal band. We're like recording songs and stuff. He told me one day, you better not wear tight leather pants or I'm gonna kick you out of the band, right? And so my reaction to every band I remember seeing that did that kind of style or look, the tight leather pants, I would always have like a slight aversion to it, just from remembering that but in the back of my head. So I can kind of relate to that. You associate the look of the tight leather pants with like, oh, it's just one of those like um in my mind, like it's one of those like 80s glam metal bands or like one of those
Well,
just
also bear in mind, this is the same woman. I was at my grandmother's house for Christmas one year. I was wearing an Immortal shirt. It was the Battles in the North shirt, just them on the front. And she's like, "What are they doing? Trying to rip off Kiss?"
oh god.
I was like, "Do you see any hearts and fucking stars over their goddamn eyes?"
Yeah, right. The
Oh my
priest-
god.
Priest is what Kiss wished they were.
Yeah. It's just I've always had an aversion to that whole like decked out leather look and like tight leather pants too.
But that was
And
the
it's
look
just-
of the time, and Priest
Yeah.
introduced it.
Yeah, Priest was
Yeah.
earnest about it. A lot of the people who did the leather thing, it was contrived. Even Kiss did the leather thing because they were chasing trends again.
Well,
So
Lupus
when I
says,
see-
well,
When I see
well,
KK Downing,
well, Lupus
left,
says it right
left
here,
to right,
and
I'm gonna name the first
Hi,
they're
KK
not
Downing.
wrong. And
Lynn Tipton.
there's a reason that it was introduced by Rob Halford.
Yeah, I was just about to say, do you guys know how he got the inspiration? Or that's the
Um,
rumor. Yeah.
YMCA.
I would not be surprised if it
Well,
had
there-
something to do with
Leather Daddies. Yeah.
okay.
Well, I mean-
the aesthetic is from an artist called Tom of Finland, and yes, he was Finnish.
Wow,
You can
say
look
that
it
a little
up
bit
if
more
you're brave.
disdain, Mila.
I mean,
Go ahead, say that with just a
I'm
little
not
more
sure if
disdain
I
in
want
your
to share
voice.
that on stream because I don't think it's good.
I don't think you can. I think you see more than
I'd
you
probably
would
get
want
banned.
to.
Yeah, I'd probably get banned and also have to, go gouge my eyeballs out with a fucking MRE spoon.
Wash them out with bleach beforehand just to be safe, sanitize them. Oh man. Yeah, I would
No,
agree
that
with
being
the
said,
Imperitus.
Well, the other
even
thing too is one
that
of the
being
reasons
said, even I will in the fall, like when it's appropriate, rock the leather jacket.
well, yeah,
A leather jacket is one thing, but when you're totally decked out, like you've got the studs, you've got the, like police cap and everything, you've got the
Yeah.
tight ass pants to where everybody can see everything, and that's a little too much for me.
Okay, here's the counter argument. What if a woman wears that?
That happened.
It looks
called Doro
cool.
Pesh and Warlock.
I know, it looks cool.
It looks fucking
I have
cool.
no objection to a woman doing that.
Hang on, I'm going to do a Google search real quick for Doro Pesh, and she still
Hell
looks
yeah.
good today.
Yeah,
doing
she
it.
does.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons, Herbs, I got into black metal mostly, which is funny, is I got tired of seeing bands that looked like me.
Okay.
And the death metal scene it's like, wow, guys wearing shorts and random, not even band t-shirts on stage. Woohoo.
That's like a normal everyday way to dress for me. Like I can totally get being bored by that look for sure. But yeah. Soul Assassin, I agree. Ain't nothing wrong when women rock the leather. Cheers to that.
Mhm.
I have when I see the leather and I see the image, it helps to get this kind of idea of heavy metal, the iconic look of heavy metal, what I'm seeing matches what I'm hearing. And that
Hell yeah.
experience of seeing what's matching my hearing establishes that iconic look of Judas Priest. And everybody that copied it afterward owes a debt to Judas Priest for establishing that look.
No, stop it.
Regardless of whether you wear it or whether you like it or not,
No,
you got to give it up to them. They created it.
but let's face it, she's
True.
holding the same fucking aesthetic. Shit, I can't.
She's also a real sweetheart of a person. I've met her a couple times.
She is,
Oh, cool.
and
There you go.
even though she's in her 60s
Oh, wow.
in this picture.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Ah, cheers to that.
Yep.
You know, the
She still
local,
looks great.
Cheers to that.
she's been at the local metal shop by me a few times, just hanging out when she's on tour in the area or whatever. And like I said, she's an absolute sweetheart of a person.
No, and
And
a
that
great
goes to
fucking
prove.
singer in and of herself.
Yeah, it goes to prove what we always say. Like, the people in the metalhead community can be some of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
They can also be a
And it-
bunch of raging assholes.
Well,
I've met
I
a
mean,
few over the
that
years.
that happens too.
I don't
More-
disagree with that.
Morbid Angel being the prime example.
Yeah. Is that a Jackson he's got?
No, this is
The
actually
guy with the red pants?
This is actually pre-Jackson.
Oh, pre-Jackson. Okay.
This is he had Glenn at the time used Hamer.
Okay. Okay.
And KK, I believe, was using a custom Gibson right up until this tour.
Yeah, it's hard to see the brand name on the headstock, but
Yeah, but Glenn had a Hamer and then later ESP.
Hamer. Okay, that's
And
what
I
that's
think
gotta
Hamer
be.
got bought out by ESP.
Yeah. Yeah.
And KK at the time, anyway, was using essentially a Gibson Flying V.
Hamer. I mean, I could be wrong, but you know how like ESP now they own the LTD guitars, which is like their like super metal brand or whatever.
Well, I know
They're-
I know they have a signature that is Glenn Tipton.
Yep.
I think that's later. I think that's from like the Painkiller era. But I think at this time he was mostly using Hamer guitars.
Yeah.
Actually, up until Painkiller, I know he was because he had a Starburst Explorer like pattern that was also Hamer.
Gotcha.
That white. You'll see it in the video for Painkiller. But he was actually using Hamer guitars at this point, and yes, those red leather pants. Some things deserve to stay in the past,
Mm-hmm.
and we're really glad that some of those things stayed there.
I would agree with that. Leave it in the past, man.
Mm-hmm. And on certain people, like Doro Pesh can still wear it as much as she wants because.
Not arguing there.
But yeah,
Shit.
yeah, the '80s weren't great for everything.
You are not wrong. I lived through it. You are not wrong.
Well, think about the generation that came before with the 70s. And you have people like Robert Plant, who's like,
Hey, fashion mistakes
Three-quarters
were
of the
made
time-
in the '70s, and we have addressed that on the show.
he was always shirtless, always wearing those tight pants, and then it just kind of progressed to the leather tight pants because of the whole biker aesthetic that you were talking about.
Yeah, it went from like big wing freaking open shirts and bell bottoms to
Yep.
leather jackets and fucking studs.
Thank
Yeah.
God. I'm sorry, but thank God, because I could not imagine the kind of imagine Priest playing the Hellion and Electric Eye in frumpy kind of ballet shirts and bell
All right, fair enough. '70s Priest could not do '80s Priest stuff in the
Oh, God.
fashion that '70s Priest.
I'd hate
operated in.
to think about it. Like if they'd started like 5 or 10 years earlier. Oh,
Like,
man.
could you imagine Black Sabbath? Actually, you don't have to imagine Black Sabbath doing it in the '80s because they did
They did, yeah.
with all the tassels.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah,
It was like the
Yeah.
like mid '60s hippie style tassels that kind of went into the '70s and stuff. Like Jimi Hendrix fucking did that
And Black
too.
Sabbath
Yeah.
did it into the 90s.
Yeah. Tony Iommi,
Tony Iommi had tassels all over the wings of his leather jacket.
Yeah, yeah.
and
he
he can
did.
do that because he's Tony fucking Iommi.
Yeah, exactly. When you're Tony Iommi, you can get away with that
Yes.
because you're one of the fucking godfathers of metal.
And
Mm.
Rob, right now on the 50th anniversary tour, is wearing the same kind of tassel, full decked out. He almost has like a cape or something.
And
too
when you
on.
have a mustache that's that amazing, you can just do that.
And back to what Mila said, if a girl wears it, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. But if a guy does it, I'm like, not so
Well,
much.
I mean, I think that's also part of the proclivities of the people involved, where
yeah, no. You make a point there.
Where for most of us, if we see a girl in tight leather pants, we're fucking happy about it.
Or tassels.
Especially
Or
if she's
tassels.
cute. Especially if she's cute.
Or those long flowy what'd you call those shirts? The like embarked
Blouses?
shirts. What?
Blouses?
No, the long flowy like white shirts, from like like medieval era, like Renaissance era type.
Oh yeah, the poet.
Basic, what we would call now a blouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the best.
Agreed.
That has a different definition in the military, by the way. Like the outer shirt that we wear on the top of our uniform.
Oh,
Like even if the cami shirt that we wear is called a blouse, because we're wearing an undershirt under it.
An overshirt, basically, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
basically an outer layer.
Blouse and trouser. Yep.
And that only stops when we go on deployment these days, because even when I was coming in, this was just being issued to people. We have a single, like basically undershirt that's much, much lighter that goes on under your armor.
Okay, yeah.
And because the older style armor just went on over your blouse.
Yeah.
Or you would wear a flight suit because they're more fireproof.
Flight suits. Like if you're running on AC-130s or just like
no, if
in
you're
general?
Infantry.
Okay.
We would basically be rocking flight suits.
Pirate
because
shirts.
because they're more fire resistant.
Mm-hmm.
But they were also hot as shit. I remember walking with that, and yeah, like Mila says, fluffy pirate shirts. They do.
Does somebody have a tambourine or some kind of shaker they're playing with?
No, not in this one. That would be Black Sabbath.
Okay, I meant somebody on the panel because I'm hearing a shaking thing, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I could be wrong. It might just be static, but
it's probably static, unless Mila has a tambourine she's been hiding.
No, I don't. But I hear something as well.
Let me make some adjustments.
It could be me though, but I'm using like phone headphones.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I thought it was like a shaker or like some kind of like cat toy or something, but that's just what I was hearing.
But back to like this record, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Even Take These Chains and Pain and Pleasure, which are two of the, I would say, most average songs on this record, are still of insanely high quality.
What would you guys rank as like the sort of like the lows or like more average songs? I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
Honestly, the only one I would rate a little bit lower than the others is Pain and Pleasure.
Yeah, same with me.
Mhm.
Pain and Pleasure, I would say, is the valley of the album.
And that's just
I agree
hair
with that.
lower than the others.
Right.
It's still like a
Pleasure.
9.9.
Okay. So
And that intro fucking riff to Pain and Pleasure is still fucking glorious.
Yep.
I mean, I listening to the whole album, for me, like it was hard for me to pinpoint a song that I didn't like that much. I remember telling you before we started too, like the only one, it was because I was listening to the remaster. The only one I was kind of iffy on was the
Was the one that wasn't on the original album.
Prisoner of Your Eyes. Yeah, that like a song that they released after on the remaster, because
Yep.
when they recorded it. But yeah, no, if I went back and listened to Pain and Pleasure, I'd probably pinpoint like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Whereas I have the original album, and Prisoner of Your Eyes not on the track listing.
Right.
It ends with Devil's Child, which is
And ends with
hell
Devil's
of a
Child.
track.
It is a great way to end an album. I'd agree with that. Yeah,
Yep.
it's a good song for sure.
This song is, I mean, this album, like I said, the whole thing is Priest's finest hour and atop the pyramid of the 4 all killer, no filler albums they have.
Mm-hmm.
And most bands don't even get to 1. As much as I may love other bands, like they don't have an album that I don't have a song that I'm not that big a fan of.
Oh yeah, no, I can relate to that. It's very hard to find. Doesn't matter what style of music that you like listening to. It's still very hard to find a band that you can be like, okay, yeah, don't like this song, don't like this
The closest
song.
might be Motorhead with Ace of Spades or Iron Maiden with Power Slave,
It's
where every song is fucking good.
yeah, that's what I meant to say. It's like every song you like, instead of going like, okay, these are ones I don't like. Yeah, it's
Actually,
it is.
Motorhead has more than one of those, where it's just like, yeah, no, every song fits on this record.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it would be a good testament to just all of the band members in general, like their songwriting. And like we said, like earlier, like Joe was saying earlier, they've been together a decade at this point. They've all had like that many years of playing together, knowing how each other works as far as like songwriting goes and like how jamming goes and things like that, and just
Yeah.
being able to put together a song that sounds good and fits with their style. Like for sure that's going to happen when you've been together that long as a band.
Yeah, and they were just getting into the peak of their output at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a lot of their 70s stuff. Like Sin After Sin is a fucking amazing record, and
Yep.
everyone should listen to it.
Stained Glass as well.
Stained Class was the next one I was going to get to, where they were
Sad
built.
Wings.
Mhm.
Yeah, those
I
three.
mean, basically after the first record, which not a bad rock record, but
No.
doesn't sound like Judas Priest.
No, it doesn't.
Their second
Okay.
record, Sad Wings of Destiny, in '76, was when they figured it out.
I would agree.
And they have some immortal classics that they still play to this day on that record. And Sin After Sin just built on that. And so did Stained Glass and Hellbent for Leather, leading up into the titan that was British Steel, which is actually not one of my even top 10 Judas Priest albums.
Okay.
Commercially, it was very successful. For Priest fans, I'm actually not a huge fan of it.
I'm not a fan of it either. I mean, it's good, but it's not near as good as the other ones we mentioned.
It has some classic tracks like Breaking the Law, Metal Gods, and Living After Midnight.
For me, British Steel will always have a special place because that was the album I discovered Judas Priest.
Okay, so
And
it's it's like this for me, where it's the first album I ever listened to. God damn, did I come in on the high point?
Yes. For me, I discovered British Steel actually at my local library, and I at like the age of like 12 or 13. I was just looking through the CDs, just what the fuck? Oh, this cover, And then I played. I'm like, oh fuck, this is awesome.
And it's funny you say that because that used to be our Friday night routine in high school, and the early to mid 2000s. Was me and the boys would go down to Tower Records, and just peruse the racks and find an album we like the look of, and then just spin it.
I remember Tower Records. that was God, that takes me back, man.
Yeah, man, I wish they were still there.
Yeah.
Because I miss going to a record store
Yeah.
and actually like just looking through records. Because you'd find some shit that you'd never heard before. That was just amazing. In fact, that's how me and my boys found out about Tool, which we'll also be doing a episode on in the near future. Spoiler alert.
Nice.
I love Tool. They're such a melodic band.
I gotta say, I don't know much about them, so I can't comment.
Their early stuff is angry as shit.
Oh.
Because apparently, from the research I've done, just looking up the bands I like, Maynard, his mom was going through cancer at the time, or had just died at the time of Enema, and he was pissed off at the fucking universe, which is perfectly understandable given the fact that your mom just died. But oh man, like such a great album came out of that.
I'll give it a chance. I'm kind of like a music bigot as well. I like what I like. I don't deviate much. Like death metal, it has to be really good for me to give it a chance. Most of it I don't like.
That's where I'm at. Although Imperitus, you need to change my mind on that.
Yeah, I'll get to it. There's good stuff out there, definitely.
Because
most of it's just the classics, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Obituary, Morbid Angel.
Autopsy.
A lot of the new stuff is just terrible.
But like every time I listen to death metal, unless it's like I have an odd relationship with Bolt Thrower.
Well, Bolt Thrower
great.
is also one of the classics.
Yeah, and the funny part is, why they're called Bolt Thrower, right?
Yeah, they're 40K fans.
Yeah, they're literally a bunch of 40K nerds that started a band, and I fucking love that because I'm a 40K nerd too.
They're kind of exception for me. It's not that
So I'm not the only one that's like a trad heavy fan that loves Bolt Thrower.
Yeah, they're great
because their riffs are just fucking monstrous.
And they have solid albums. You can listen from beginning to the end.
Give me 1 sec.
Oh no, I'm alone. Oh no, I have to take over. So,
Poor Mila.
what do I talk about? Okay, so my favorite is.
Well, actually, I got a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
What were shows like going? What was it like going to shows in Finland?
Oh, great.
I mean, have you been to any shows in the States since you've been here?
Yeah, I have.
How did that compare?
Well, big difference. Finland, there's way more shows.
Well, yeah.
That's like the home of black metal now.
Yeah,
Nowadays,
way more shows. Way more people going to shows. Like here, it feels.
The weird part is Finland is like the home of black metal and also like a lot of power metal.
Yeah, I think we just like metal.
Bands like Battle Beast and Beast in Black and all that shit. Like they all came out of Finland.
Well, then you also have Sargeist, Satanic War Master,
Yeah.
Archgoat, Impaled Nazarene.
It's weird because you'll have like all of these black metal bands coming out of the same area. You'll have these like really upbeat power metal bands coming out of.
I think that still ties to the same thing with like the rest of Scandinavia. It's the environment.
Yeah,
it
is pretty. I mean, let's face it. Half the year it is pretty bleak.
No, I wouldn't even say that it's bleak. It's just when you're living in a part of the world where it's dark for 14 hours
Yeah,
of the
exactly. It's never gets
Most
light
of the
out.
year.
It
Most-
never
yeah,
gets
most of the
light
year.
out for fucking 6 months out of the year.
You know, that's definitely going to fuck
I'd
with
be
you.
fucking depressed too.
Well, also look at it this way: how many bands that came out of the black metal scene in Norway? How many actually came out of a major city?
Almost none of them.
You know, Emperor was from Telemark, I believe that's the name of the town,
Yeah.
and it's a town; it's not a city.
With
Mhm.
Telemark has its own history that Sabaton actually went into on one of their songs.
Most of the bands
Where
came out of
basically
Bergen, not even Oslo.
where Telemark was actually a heavy water plant
Hmm.
that the Germans were starting to experiment with enriched uranium.
Oh, that explains.
So the SAS enlisted some local Norwegians and also their own guys and blew it the hell up. Which is fucking awesome. Just like, yeah, no. Even though at the time, from what I know, Germany they knew they could build nuclear weapons, but their top scientist, Max Heisenberg, was basically fudging the numbers because he was surprise, he was Jewish. And he was basically fudging the numbers, making it look like a nuclear weapon would be completely infeasible. And he continued that charade right up until the end of World War II, where we had detonated the Trinity bomb in New Mexico. Because he was also sending us data on how to build a nuke.
Say what now?
Yeah, basically, the guy the Germans put in charge of their nuclear program was sabotaging them while also feeding us data.
Interesting. I did not know this.
A guy named Max Heisenberg, also responsible for the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which revolutionized quantum physics. Yes, I know most of you weren't expecting a guy that looks like me to bring up quantum physics in the show, but guess what? I read things too. Sometimes.
Oh man, I get some great history and information from you, dude. I love it.
I don't pretend to understand half of it, but I repeat it very, very well.
Nerd.
Goddamn right.
If you think that's bad, get me going on Gundam.
Oh man, I've gotten you there a couple of times, and it's fucking hilarious.
That's a series I've always wanted to get into, and I don't know where to start.
Imperitus, would you care to enlighten our
Just start at the
ignorant
original.
brother here?
Start at the original.
0079.
Yeah.
Mobile Suit Gundam.
Okay.
And there's now 4 movies. They just released a new one that was stuff
Did
that
they?
cut. Yeah. That,
God damn it! I have to look up
Kukuru's Dones Island. It's actually stuff that they cut out from the series.
Okay.
Now I have to look something else new up after this show. God damn it!
Yeah.
Here's something else for you guys. Since we're talking about Judas Priest, there's a series on Netflix that just dropped recently called Bastard.
Yes.
Highly recommend it. If you
based
enjoy
on the Japanese manga.
Yes. And it's very close to the manga, so all the stuff that normally Netflix would be like, oh, well, we can't put that in a series. They did. Everything in the series outside of character, none of the characters are named. No, I think they were actually. Yeah. Almost everything is named after metal bands.
Nice.
Or personalities. Like one of the kingdoms is named Judas.
Nice.
They reference Yngve as a god.
Well, I mean, they're not wrong.
There's some of the spells that are cast in it by the main character, Dark Schneider.
Oh, Dirk Schneider, really?
Dark Schneider.
Oh yeah, because that's not Udo Dirk Schneider at all.
Yeah, except Halloween, Slayer, Venom. Venom is his big bad spell.
Oh, gee, I wonder why that
Yeah,
might be.
it's done very well, and it also just goes to show how metal itself is a universal language.
No, it really is.
And
And
like as I said earlier, I was listening to a band last night from India. I've listened to bands from Taiwan, from Iran, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Germany, Japan,
some of the Japanese
Israel.
metal bands fuck hard.
Yeah.
Like bands like Anthem or
Mhm.
High and Mighty Color. Like they do fucking amazing work.
Well, what's even funnier, I don't know if they're still around. There was a Japanese black metal band that was aping Darkthrone style, and it was 3 chicks.
Really?
Yeah, Hammer something.
I think it's Gotterdammerung, actually.
Gotterdammerung. Yeah, I've heard them.
Yeah, I believe
they're
that's who it is. And
Japanese?
there's 3 chicks.
I thought they were German.
No, there's a Japanese band. I might have to look it back up, but yeah, it was 3 chicks, and they sounded like Darkthrone.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I just forgot the name.
That's fucking.
And it was a very like Eurocentric Scandinavian style name too. It's like,
yeah, if it's gotten Damerung, I've heard them and they fucking kick ass. I didn't realize they were Japanese. I thought they were German.
Yeah, I made the mistake one time on YouTube looking up like the top Japanese metal acts, and I went, "Oh, what is this? A cosplay festival? What the fuck?"
Gallhammer is the one I'm thinking of.
You're not wrong.
Gallhammer.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, Gallhammer. Yeah, that's them. It's not Gotterdammerung. That was the name of the track.
Okay, because there's a band named that too that I've
I'm
heard
sure.
that actually kicks ass. But I'm sure we'll get to them eventually.
Yeah, you're not wrong there either, Soul Assassin. Like all the metal bands that I'm familiar with from the Middle East, they don't want people talking about them publicly because they will get in trouble in their home country.
Yeah, as someone who has
Interesting.
done up close studies of Muslim cultures, any music that is not glorifying to Allah is verboten.
It's
And
like
you might get shot for fucking producing it.
Yeah, it's probably one of the craziest forms of censorship I've seen, which I mean, it's kind of to be expected with the types of beliefs that they have.
It's basically if the Satanic Panic had actual governmental power.
What I was
Times
trying
10.
to think of saying, yeah, it's absolutely insane and pretty sad, really, if you think about it, because like there are some good musicians that come from that area of the world for sure. And
No, there
yeah,
are, and they love our music and they love what we do, but they can't say it.
right, which it's unfortunate. It really is, but
There, as we've learned with 20 years in Afghanistan, myself being an Afghanistan veteran, we can't change them.
yeah,
We
Russia
can only
tried. I
it.
mean,
Well, I mean, we tried too,
yeah,
and you can't fix what people don't want to be fixed.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
It's not our place to dictate to the rest of the world our own culture. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like they can be as backwards as they want. That's their choice. They have to come to these agreements and these ideas of their own accord, or it means nothing.
Yeah,
All it does is build resentment.
Exactly. We have imposed this on you, not this was your idea.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
as much as a lot of the Afghans liked us, we did get a lot of resentment too. Obviously, there were people shooting at us, so
Yeah,
people were a little mad.
just a little bit.
Mad enough that they were willing to shoot at the world's elite shock troops,
Yeah,
and usually paid the price for it, either by our direct action or us calling in fire support.
yeah,
But yeah, it didn't end well for most of them. But that is a topic for another day. Man, I mean, Herbs, you were the perfect guy to have on this stream because this is the first time you've heard this record.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, even just this morning, it was funny too because my parents were like, "Hey, we're going out of town." They told me that last night. I'm like, "Ah, crap." So, I realized this morning, yeah, I've got stuff to do today. So I put on the album, and it was just like all the stress and worry melted away. Kind of, it's just weird. Can't really say that about a whole lot of bands, but the band put me in a good mood listening
Yeah,
to it.
it's just fucking.
And
It's one of those albums that can just put you in a mindset.
yeah, yeah, and it's. I mean, I don't know how else to put it other than like good songwriting, good musicianship. Even where like some of the solos came into play, and I'm listening to them, like these solos almost seem a little too wild and a little too crazy, but at the same time, like it fits well. Like
Yeah,
it.
like they were just kind of going and doing what they could,
Hmm.
and especially like the title track, "Screaming for Vengeance." That album, that solo is fucking wild.
It's so good. It's so good.
Like
The
both of them are going off.
yeah,
It's
you
not
can
even like you have a
hear.
rhythm and a lead because Priest doesn't do that.
You can hear the parts where they take their own solo bar like solo bars, and then where they're like
And then they
kind of
harmonize,
like
and then they
yeah.
come back in and harmonize the back end of the solo, going back into the groove,
Hmm.
which is fucking insane.
that's that's one of those things that I like about bands, that's really hard to find, because a lot of times when you're listening to a metal band, there's always going to be there's the one guitarist that does most of the writing, and then the second guitarist, usually that's playing the rhythm, will just play along to whatever's written.
Whereas with Judas Priest, the writing team,
Is
even on
both
the
of them,
albums,
yeah.
is both guitarists and Rob Halford.
Hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
And everyone is like, oh well, they're kind of ignoring Ian Hill. No, Ian didn't want to be part of the writing team.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just a bass player. He likes being a bass player, and that's what he does.
And that's not an
And they
abnormal.
wanted him to be part of the writing team, and he turned it
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
He's just like, no, I just want to play bass.
That's not an abnormal thing for bass players either. A lot of them, they're just there to play the bass. They're there to hold down the rhythm. Especially like bass is one of those instruments where, songwriting's not a huge feature a lot of times.
Well,
Like,
unless you're somebody like Motorhead.
or fucking Cliff Burton. I
Well, I
mean,
mean, Cliff from Metallica is just
He's
first of
an
all, he was
outlier. I mean, he was a prodigy. He was an outlier. There's only one Clifford.
well, no, exactly. That's the point. Like, if you look at too, like, the solo bass players
Dragon
that
Master. How you doing, man?
nice,
Glad you stopped in to say hi.
yeah,
And honestly, I would recommend you listen to this record.
hell yeah, it's a
Mhm.
great album.
It is
Hey,
10 tons of swinging nuts heavy metal.
swinging nuts. Freaking yeah, no. Even if you listen to like solo bass players, there's not a lot of them to be found. Like you have Jocko, you have
Steve Harris from Iron
Steve
Maiden,
Harris,
Yeah.
Geddy Lee from Rush,
Getty Lee from Rush, Victor
and
Wooten. He's a
and
jazz bassist, but like,
and maybe Lemmy.
uh, I'd argue Lemmy could be put up there.
Because Lemmy was basically doing the rhythm guitar part of Motorhead with a bass.
Yeah, yeah. And that's something to be said. That's like usually when you have a bass player, they're going along with the drums, and
Yeah,
it's slightly
and,
different than rhythm
and
guitar.
also Kronos from Venom,
Hmm.
because he was not just the singer; he was also the bass player.
Mm, yeah,
Motorhead led that entire revolution of there being a ton of bands that had three members. That one of them was the bass player and also the singer and a guitarist and a drummer.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just a rare thing to find for sure. But yeah, most of the
But
time,
an
bass
actual
players.
talented bass player is
Yeah, yeah,
like if you can find one, damn, you have something.
yeah. Absolutely. The overall impression that I get from the album is like you have on one hand like a lot of these songs are great for driving a fast car, partying to having a great time, but also at the same time like these songs are pretty serious as well. Like we were talking about with Electric Eye earlier, like the
Yeah, they're
lyrics
talking
get
about
into
some
some heavy shit.
serious shit.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they're talking about it decades before the rest of us were.
Mm-hmm.
With the government surveillance in terms of Electric Eye, or the possibility of AI uprising in Metal Gods
Mm-hmm.
off British
Yeah.
Steel. Like these guys actually had some pretty good points.
Yeah.
And they didn't hit you over the head with them, which
No,
I've always appreciated about Judas Priest.
They just made it.
Yeah, they just made it and they put it out there, and they've never been they've never told you where they politically fit.
And they never tell
music
you
that
what
they-
to think. They just
Mhm.
they just put it out in the universe and then let you think about it what you would.
It's the same with Dio. He creates these songs to be metaphorical and mythical. So when you put your imagination into what the song is about, it can be about, you can get a lot of different things for it. But he
The
never
perfect example
intentionally made
being
music.
Stargazer.
Yes, he never intentionally.
Stargate's a good one.
He never intentionally made music.
Oh, Herbs, are
to
you a
tell
Rainbow
you
fan?
what political party you should vote for. You know what I mean?
Say that one more time, Pope.
Herbs, you're a Rainbow fan?
A Rambo fan?
A Rainbow fan.
Rainbow fan. Yeah, I like Rainbow. They're pretty good.
Nice.
They're awesome. Man.
We'll definitely do a stream on a lot of their stuff.
I had
A lot of their Dio era stuff, anyway.
When I was teaching a couple years ago, I had a little guitar student. It was like maybe like 7 or 8. He was coming in. He was like, "I want to learn this song," and it was a Rainbow song. And then I'm just sitting here like, "Dude, you realize how long you have to play and like get good at guitar to be able to play Rainbow?"
Like Richie Blackmore is a fucking legend by himself.
Absolutely. He's sitting here. I'm trying to teach him some simpler songs. And he's like showing me on his
try
phone.
to teach him Smoke on the Water, because that's like the easiest fucking riff to learn.
I can't remember the last one we were working on, but it wasn't an easy one. And like keep in mind too, this kid's like in the first year and a half of playing guitar, and I'm already like getting him to play power chords and stuff like that, which is
okay.
Usually save that for like a few years into playing,
Well,
because
I
they're kind of like
started
stretch you have to do.
chords, but that's because of the music I listen to. So
Yeah, absolutely. He's in that same boat, and he's showing me songs by like Rainbow and Black Sabbath, and I'm just sitting here. I'm like, bro, you're gonna need a little bit of practice.
Like it's like being 9 or 10 years old and then like showing your instructor Yngwie Malmsteen, like, I want to play like that. Like, good fucking luck, kid. No one plays like that except Yngwie.
Although, to be fair, even though he didn't play it at speed, I was still able to get him to play the intro riff for Paranoid. So there's that. Like, the kid's got some talent.
But that's actually not that hard to do.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's like I've said before, like that's one of those like first songs you want to teach almost every guitar player that's into rock and like heavy metal. You want to teach them something like Paranoid, because it gives you those techniques.
It'll teach you most of the tools you need to play rock and metal.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially now, how do you play Paranoid?
Well, it's a little bit. Keep in mind,
especially that 7-9 pair.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than how Marty was playing it, I think. But you're using hammer-ons for that first part.
That's how I do it.
Yeah,
because it's faster.
Yeah. You don't want to pick every single note. It doesn't sound exactly like how they play it on that track.
But it is better, I think.
Yeah,
because it's faster. And you're actually more ready for the next note.
I think I might have got it mixed up. It does sound, the way that they're playing it does sound like hammer-ons. That's how you want to play it instead of like actually picking every note with it. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know if I got mixed up saying it, but
yeah, I think you said the opposite.
Yeah. Okay.
That the original was picking every note. Because I'm
I
not sure that's how it was.
I always go by sound, and I'll just go, okay, this
Especially
note and
because
this
Tony
note.
Iommi's famous for using hammer-ons.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, the first riff I ever learned how to play was Black Sabbath.
Okay, okay.
And that initial power chord, and then you have that warble, which is you can either, there's two ways to do it. I can show you both after. There's one that is literally you just doing a G power chord and then hitting an open D string or A string, sorry. And then
Okay.
we're getting into the weeds on this one, but we'll play around with that later.
Yeah. We definitely got to spend some time talking about like playing just playing techniques and all of
Yeah,
that shit. I'd love getting into that for
because
sure.
there's more for everyone who's watching who's not a guitar player. There is more than one way to play most notes.
Mhm. Yeah. Um one of my teachers way back in the day showed me once you learn all the notes in the fretboard, there's about like 5 or 6 different places to play the exact same sounding note. And it just has, for each string, it just has like a slightly different sound because of the thickness of the strings, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, going by that, there's definitely you've got to say like at least like 2 or 3 different ways to play the same riff
Mm-hmm.
where you played, depending on where you played on the fretboard. But it's
And how you tune the guitar.
yes, how you tune your guitar.
Because
It's
if you down tune by half a step,
you get more different riffs that you can
you
play.
get deeper tones from your bottom end, like the G power chords and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then you also get a really interesting kind of deeper tone if you tune it correctly anyway from your higher end.
So I would argue that with the advent of Marshall bringing out the JCM 800 and the kind of like gnarly ass tunes that it could, or gnarly ass tones that it could bring out, that's where people
You can
started
use the guitar in
to,
standard tuning and have it
yeah.
sound like it's drop D
Oh yeah,
with that huge fucking distortion.
it depends on the distortion for sure. The JCM 800, I really think that amp is what started to bring out
Dude,
the heavier tones of metal.
I am a huge Marshall fanboy.
Mm.
I have a Hayes 15 right now. My goal is to have a JCM 800 because that thing is just a monster.
Good luck, man. Like finding one of
They're
those at least
expensive as
$2,000.
shit. They're expensive as shit.
Yeah.
The last
Yeah.
one I saw, I think Marshall is actually still producing them too.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
That are actually still tube types.
It's just super expensive.
It's not a solid state replica.
Yeah.
It's an actual JCM 800. I think Marshall still sells, but they're like $1,600.
Yeah.
They're not cheap.
Not at all.
Whereas I got my entire setup here with my 4x12 cab and a Marshall Hayes 15, both of which are Marshall, because Marshall's great. I got them for like $800, and most of that was the speaker.
That reminds me, this guy's a little bit more into the death metal side of things, but I do want to show you some of his music. I'll just send it to you because like he's got some really good sounds. And he played with one of his projects, I forget the name of it, but he played with fucking Jeff Loomis from Nevermore, I think. I don't know if you know.
Dude, Jeff Loomis has played with so many bands.
He's done a lot of projects, but this one in particular I really like. I like the sound of it, and he's not one of those like typical rhythm guitarists where you
Actually,
hear a lot of
you know,
chords.
you knew who I
stuff.
actually really liked a lot.
Hmm.
Not just because he played a flying V, but because he was also a brilliant guitarist. Was and also died too young. Was
Mm.
Alexi Lyo
Yes.
from
Alexi
Children of Bodom.
Lyo. Yes, he's so good, man. So good.
The
And
picking he does is so clean.
We're gonna do a stream on Children of Bodom at some
Oh,
point.
can I be on?
absolutely.
Sentinel, you can be on whatever fucking stream you want, dude.
Nice. I
'Cause
mean,
you-
I'm an expert at those first 4 albums. I know them back to front.
And I have a friend who I used to work with that I may try to get on stream for it. Who Children of Bodom is his favorite band.
Here's
So pretty
one.
much, if you threw a dart at Finland itself, I would, no matter where you'd hit, you know, regardless of, especially in the metal genre, they've got a great band. So I can listen to pretty much any metal band from Finland and not be disappointed by it.
Well, I mean,
Awesome.
Mila's going to be our expert on that one from where these guys are from.
I would definitely agree with that.
Because you
Definitely.
might have actually been to the places these guys are from. And I haven't. Not for lack of trying. I do want to go to Finland at some point. It's just a lack of funding. Because I work for a living and I don't make a lot of money.
Making the money to fly halfway around the world, that for sure is something that.
Although I do want to get some of the panel together and go to Vakken one year.
My best suggestion would be to get like a miles card where you use it to, like, when you make purchases, it adds airline miles that you can then use. I've got about 71,000 miles that I'm going to use to
Okay.
go to Reno this December to see Wasp.
Nice. I mean, like, I would love to take half of you assholes over to see, like, Vakken.
That's a bucket list thing I have to do. Just have to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those pilgrimage things where we, as a metalhead, we have to go to Vakken.
Perfect word to describe it. It's a pilgrimage.
It would be a pilgrimage. Yes, that's the best way to put it.
I haven't been to Wacken, but I've been to other smaller festivals in Europe. But yeah, it's definitely worth going.
I've never been to any of them because I just haven't had the time or money.
Yeah.
And I live in the northeast of the United States right now. And we suck at life. So
Traveling is also super expensive now.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
It's ridiculous. Like I'm trying to go to Europe this
I've been pricing out trying to go down to Orlando.
Oh, I can't go. Yeah.
Boo.
I know, but I really can't. Something else came up and I can't change that plan. So I have to bail out.
That's unfortunate.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Sad.
No, Papa Cotton is not wrong with old school Ozfest was a ritual. It was. Back in the 90s and early 2000s, Ozfest was great.
I bet that was something to experience for sure. That's
especially for you younger guys that didn't experience MTV at its height. Ozfest was kind of where you saw that live.
Yes.
You saw guys like Rob Zombie, fucking Ozzy towards the end of his really good years. And Soul Assassin, I am fucking jealous of your brother being stationed in Germany because I never got to go to Germany. I got sent to the parts of the world no one ever wants to see. Because we're Marines and we're not allowed around civilized people, I guess. Which actually might be for the best. I mean, we are very much the force that I don't know if guys have ever seen like the old kind of. It was a newspaper comic at the time where they just have a Marine in full dress uniform, and it just says "in case of war, break glass." Where the guy's just in like in a box, and it just says "in case of war, break glass." We are not political troops of any description. We're just assault forces. It's one of those just, yeah, we're not allowed around civilized people, but when you need something destroyed, call the Marines. And that's the funny part is that's how actually most of our allies treat us too. It's like, oh, you guys are Americans. Yeah, cool. What part of the military are you in? Marines. And then they all get scared. I don't know why, because we're actually nice people most of the time. I mean, like, I'm not a complete asshole most of the time.
I think all the Marines I've met are super nice people. That's what I can say.
Yeah, we're just kind of psychopaths. Because if you give us an objective, that objective is getting completed, period.
Maybe that's what makes you nice outside of the objective.
Well, I mean, it's like hockey players. Which I'm also
now we're talking.
Which I'm also a hockey player. Where on the ice, we're willing to punch each other in the fucking mouth just because it's funny. And yet, outside of, and you know, hockey is probably the most violent sport out there.
Oh my god. If someone likes rugby, they're going to be like, no, it's rugby.
I mean, yeah, try doing rugby on skates.
I'm with you, man. I'm on team hockey. Because I'm from hockey country, I have to be.
And I mean, let's face it, we're hitting each other at like 40 miles an hour. Which is not fun. It hurts even when you're the guy hitting the other one.
Mm-hmm.
But the pads kind of take away from it in a lot of cases. And yes, we're talking sports ball here. But
say what now?
But I used to play hockey, so I don't care. I used to play hockey and baseball. Which, if you guys want to get down into the weeds on some knowledge, I will drop some fucking baseball knowledge on y'all.
I played baseball as a kid, but I never, well, outside of like, you know, games with like neighborhood friends and stuff, I never played hockey on like an actual sports team. But I do love watching it. It's a lot of fun.
I mean, live hockey is the best you're going to get when it comes to sports.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just so much fucking fun. Especially to play. I mean, I was a defenseman.
Okay.
Like, I wasn't even one of the, like, you know, the forwards. And just crunching people into the boards is just a lot of fun.
I bet. One of my favorite parts about watching hockey is everybody just getting slammed into the plexiglass wall.
Yeah, well, then
pretty much.
You were genuinely watching me. Like that was what I existed to do. Was on defense, just mash people into the boards, and on offense, rip slap shots from the blue line. Which I did score a couple of goals on that.
Nice. Yeah, I've watched a few games in the past years, and just watching some of the trick shots that people can pull off, I'm just like,
oh, dude, some of the guys out there now are just fucking insane. Like they, especially because the goalies have gotten so good. Used to be like, you know, a 3-goal game was not a bad thing. Nowadays, if you score 1 goal on a goalie, that's a black mark against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's fucking great. And Mr. Grant Gregory, I know you're still here. You said you weren't going to be here for the stream, but guess what? You're still here, asshole.
Cheers to Mr. Grant Gregory.
And thank you for showing up, man. I fucking love you, man.
Definitely excited to see him on Full Aussie again.
But I usually catch him on Sport King's stream, who was actually one of the, I believe the first guy I met in the fellowship when we all hung out last October in Boston, in Natick.
Okay, very cool.
And I actually got to meet him that day. I got to meet Ryan and Jay and Jeremy.
Jay's pretty cool.
Everyone, I always found it funny that everyone thinks Jay's huge.
He's not. We're about the same height. Like, he's got a little bit of extra weight, but
he's like an inch taller than I am.
I can't wait to meet Comics and tower over him.
Dude, okay.
Imperitus, you're gonna tower over me.
I'm gonna tower over a lot of people.
I didn't get a chance to say hi to Comics, but I did see him at the Dallas meetup, and yeah, there's a reason why people make jokes about how short he is.
Well, because he's the shortest one on the panel.
Yeah,
I think he's my height. I think
he's like 5'9".
I don't know.
He's like 5'9", I think.
I swear he's shorter than you, Mila. I swear. Like, he seems like he's got it's just like a little bit shorter. I could be wrong though.
I'd have.
Yeah, well, I'll trust you. You met me, and you can compare because I just saw him like from the distance, and I didn't get too close to him, so I don't know. But
Yeah.
Ryan is so nice. Ryan is like the
super
kindest person.
He's the nicest guy in real life.
Yeah, he really is.
It's like the opposite of how he appears on fucking the internet.
I got a chance to talk with him a little bit, and he's super chill. He's very cool. Like, he seems like a really great person to have a conversation and like have a beer with.
I did have a beer and a conversation with him. I actually have a picture of it somewhere.
Okay,
I'll put that up on Gilded later.
Nice.
But,
he comes across a lot like me, you know, abrasive.
Until you get to know him.
Well, it's not even that. It's like the abrasiveness is a little bit of a theatric.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
for sure.
I mean, it's not so much with me because I really am that abrasive.
Which is why we love you.
But
because you're just as much of an asshole
like,
as I am.
Well, yeah, most people like, when they first meet, they're like, "You're into what?" And huh? Is that Jesus Christ getting blown on a crucifix on your t-shirt? Yes, yes, it is. But and then they start talking, and they're like, "Oh, you're actually really nice." Yeah,
That's what I think about. I mean, metalheads in general, like we come across like we're the musical version of Klingons.
Yeah.
Where we showed up and we show up in studded leather and fucking long hair and just take over the bar.
Well, I was joking.
But we're actually mostly pretty good people.
Yeah, I was joking with Comics one time. I was like, "Oh yeah, don't worry, buddy. If we ever get a picture taken together, you could always have someone Photoshop the heads around so you can feel better about yourself."
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh man!
Oh my god!
No. Trust me, I fuck with him as much as I can when I can because he's been one of my inspirations. But that's like when he got his Invisaligns. And he was slurring S's and stuff.
Yeah, and you kept sending super chats.
Yeah, so I say in chat, I'm like, so what you're telling me, Comics, is I should super chat you a bunch of Scandinavian metal bands. Now he could have handled this in an appropriate way. He chose not to. He said out loud, "Imperitus, you are an asshole," and that was the cue. And since he was having problems saying S's, I found every fucking Scandinavian band that had S's in the names. Svartsin, Sargeist,
as you should.
You know, even ones that weren't like Oxyplagats and just anything and everything I could find. And Tox is sitting there in the chat room in the chat cheering me on.
Yeah, Tox is great. I'm still talking to him about doing an episode of Rock and Roll Religion on Southern Rock because he's not a huge metal fan. But he does like Southern rock a lot, and so do I.
I got respect for him for the sheer fact that he said he liked Testament, so that's okay in my
Oh,
book.
he does like Testament.
If you don't, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I also think if you
By
don't
far
like
one of the best live shows I've ever seen.
I also think if you don't like Judas Priest,
wish
or
I could
something
Can I
have
just
seen them
quickly
live.
tell my Testament thing? Testament blew Anthrax off the stage in 2011 when I saw them live. They had a co-headlining tour. Anthrax was pissed off at the San Francisco, because it was in San Francisco. They were pissed off at us because we weren't moving and fucking moshing like we were when fucking Testament had played before. And even Kirk Hammett coming out to playing a couple Anthrax songs with them couldn't save their asses.
Oh no!
Testament just got so much
destroyed
energy
Anthrax.
on stage.
Sorry about that. I just knocked my fucking camera over like I usually do.
And Chuck
Yeah, I
Billy's
was just
also
about to say.
Chuck Billy's also a very awesome human being.
Mm.
I got a chance to hang out with him a little bit. Very cool dude.
I saw him and his kids at the at an Ozfest one time. Really cool guy. Yeah.
On that note, I gotta go, guys. I have
Oh,
a thing I gotta go to, but it was fun times. Always a pleasure. Thanks, Pope, for having me.
Absolutely, you're welcome back anytime you want to come on.
All right, guys. I gotta
Definitely
go.
when it involves a Finnish metal band. Definitely.
Yes.
For sure. Yeah.
We might even do an episode on that.
That would be
That's
fun.
an idea.
All
Yeah.
Finnish metal? I'd be so down for that.
Hell yeah. All right, guys.
It looks like we have 5 people who would at least be on the panel for that one. So, although you guys are also usually part of my audience, so I don't know.
All right. Gotta go, but bye.
Cheers, Mila.
Take care.
Take care, lady. But no, man, this album, like Imperitus, even you can't fucking argue against this album.
No, like I said, it's not. When I say I'm not a fan of Judas Priest, it's not that I dislike them. Just
it's not your kind of music.
Yeah, and I say that about a lot of bands, which is really kind of funny. But
I have sort of the same feeling with the Beatles. You know,
I'm the same. I don't like them, but I respect what they do.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
The same thing with me.
I say the same thing also about Jimi Hendrix, and most people really give me a side eye on that one. I'm like,
I'll give you a side eye on that one. A lot of the fucking heavy metal guitar work.
I'm not saying
Hendrix.
I respect what he does. It's just not for me.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But I can say, but you know what? At the same time, I can turn around and say a lot of people say the same thing about what I listen to. You know, I have a couple friends that are, I mentioned them on 70s prog rock stream that are hardcore prog rock fans and turned me on to a bunch of stuff, but they absolutely loathe just about everything I listen to.
Which, I mean, a lot of black metal, I get people not liking it.
Not even just black metal, just metal in general.
It's like, I get people not liking the more extreme side of it because it is kind of an acquired taste.
Yeah, for sure.
I was actually very slow to get into black metal, and I came into it. It took me to until I got into Venom and Bathory and got into the front end of heavy metal or of black metal, and then I kind of got everything that came later.
It didn't take me long. I was getting bored to death with death metal.
Yeah, I mean, but death metal wouldn't exist without black metal.
No, I agree. No, you're wrong. Not wrong.
But I actually still am not a huge death metal fan, although we are going to do that at some point where you try to get me into death metal.
Like I said, you just go with the classics.
Yeah.
But those are the ones
Obituary,
Cannibal Corpse.
Like
but the stuff I listen to from them, I'm not a huge fan of.
Deicide. Well, at least old Deicide, anyways.
What about Death? Straight up Death.
Yeah, you really should listen to Death.
Death is good, yeah.
I've listened to Death, and I'm not a fan.
Man.
That's interesting. Interesting.
Because they are not your standard death metal in any way, shape, or form.
No, they're not. They're not.
It's dude, it's the howling vocal. It just sends me out every fucking time.
See, I can get it, like people being turned off to specific styles of music because of the vocals. I've kind of gotten used to
Because the
that. Like,
vocals are an instrument.
yeah,
Yeah, that is something I've actually said to people, and they're like, no, no, no. It's like, look, first off, I don't speak any Scandinavian languages, and I'm listening to bands that aren't speaking a word of English.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like,
Yeah.
It's the vocal pattern.
I listen to Rammstein a
Yeah,
lot. I don't speak
perfect
fucking
example.
German.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that my way back when it was just community college, but way back when I was in college, the music theory professor that I had, he taught us specifically not so much to listen to the words that they're saying, even though that's an important thing. You have to listen to the voice as an instrument, because just as much as like guitar, piano, saxophone, or
it's
trumpet,
the rhythm
it
of that vocal.
not just the rhythm, but the tone, the pattern of notes that they use with their singing. It is just like Imperitus says, it's very much an instrument.
But on the opposite end of that scale, I do like Death Clock.
Death Clock's good. I mean, they did some really fucking cool shit.
Especially Awaken.
Yeah.
Because it's basically just speed metal. And it's hilarious.
I could see that. I could see that. They do almost like comedic metal.
Well, I mean that it's basically the comic caricature of a metal band in the 90s and early 2000s. It was mostly death and black metal. Because the heavy metal guys had gone away. And now they're back.
Mm-hmm.
Bands like Judas Priest and Saxon and fucking Accept are all putting out killer new content.
It's a really wonderful time to be living in for heavy metal. To be for the new wave of traditional heavy metal to be
the NWO THM stuff.
Yeah,
is
be even a
fucking
thing
nuts.
right now is proof to me that all of the metal that was mocked, as soon as the clock hit, 1990, and all the douchebags would mock all the metal bands from that era. All those bands now are putting out, like you said, excellent content, excellent fucking records.
I mean, let's look at the last fucking albums from three OG heavy metal bands. Judas Priest with Firepower. Mm-hmm. Holy shit, what a record. Saxon with Carpe Diem. I've done a reaction to that on the channel. Fucking amazing record. Accept's new record. Fucking slaps.
Yep.
Like, they are actually producing not only good albums in their own genre or their own milieu, essentially, where, like, oh yeah, this is a good Saxon record. These guys are just producing great heavy metal records, period. And it shows why they were some of the legends of this genre, because they're still doing it 50 years later.
Scorpions, another one.
The Scorpions are actually arguably one of the earliest metal bands. They formed in what, 67?
Yeah.
Something like that.
And they're still producing good content. Although I will say that's only when they have Rudolph and Michael Schenker.
Mm.
And as a guitar player, especially Herbs, you're going to love Michael Schenker when he does his own thing.
You've never heard Michael Schenker stuff? Oh, you're in for a treat.
Well,
do you, Herbs, do you like Arch Enemy?
Yeah.
Then you're going to love Michael Schenker's stuff.
Michael Schenker, which band was he playing in?
The Scorpions and his own Michael Schenker band.
Well, he is in 3 bands.
Oh.
He actually did a stint in the Scorpions with his brother, Rudolph Schenker.
Okay.
Then he went with UFO.
Oh, yeah.
For their classic period. And then he set out on his own with Michael Schenker Group.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd have to listen to his stuff specifically on Scorpions. I've heard Scorpion songs for sure.
Oh, no, you're going to have to listen to his solo shit. because
Solo shit.
God
Okay,
damn, is he a good guitar player?
That had a huge
I do love that stuff.
influence.
Yeah.
He's basically the German Eddie Van Halen.
Yes, and that's why like guys like Michael Amott and Christopher Amott of Arch Enemy are. You hear so much Michael Shanker in some of that.
Pretty much,
some of their,
the best way I have to describe Michael Schenker is combine Yngwie Malmsteen and Eddie Van Halen.
I can hear that. Yeah. Yeah.
And he is just an absolute monster.
Mm.
And he does a lot of, obviously, the classic stuff, like Armed and Ready and stuff like that. Like, that was his band.
Mm.
Oh man! After the stream, I'll show you some stuff from Michael Schenker because I think you'll love it.
Oh yeah, I bet.
But he is just a fucking monstrosity on the guitar.
Yeah, you put Yngwie and Eddie Van Halen together, like, oh, that's so good. So nasty.
He kind of adds Eddie's overdriven sound to Yngwie's Baroque talent.
Yeah, yeah.
So he kind of marries the American and European heavy metal sounds. Which, yes, there are two sounds of heavy metal. Even at the beginning, there was the American one, which wasn't very good. And then there was the new wave of British heavy metal, which included bands like Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, and Motorhead.
And there's a reason why those bands are considered legends, right? It wasn't until...
They are the foundation of the entire genre.
Yeah. It wasn't until decades later when you're getting into like the 80s, kind of the 70s, but 80s where...
Well, I mean, 1970 is when heavy metal came screaming out of the ether.
Yeah, yeah.
With Black Sabbath and Paranoid.
Yeah. Well, specifically talking about like American heavy metal bands, right? It wasn't until about...
They mostly reared their head in the 80s.
Yeah.
With thrash.
I would say the first American heavy metal band would be Van Halen, in my opinion.
And they're more hard rock than they are
exactly.
heavy metal.
Yeah.
But there's so much metal
78.
DNA. There's so much metal DNA in the way that Eddie Van
I'm
Halen,
not sure that was
and there's Alex as Alex, his brother, the kind of
and I'm not sure that was intentional on their part. I think that's just how they play.
Exactly.
And
they had classical training too.
I think that's cool as fuck in that they are probably the earliest traditional heavy metal band in the US.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
And they came out in 78. And even the English heavy metal bands of the time, I remember shortly after Eddie died, unfortunately, rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen. Rob was actually on his book tour. And Rob Halford, the front man for Judas Priest, was talking about the first time he heard Van Halen. And he remembers basically having his friend sitting in his car, just playing the cassette over and over again. At least 3 times, because he was just blown away by the kind of guitar style that Eddie had. Especially shit like Eruption. Like, what? In 1978? That shit's fucking insane.
Oh, and the dude was out on stage, like he was smoking cigarettes, like it was no big deal.
The funny part was
like
the cigarette was actually an important part of the tuning.
Yeah, because he would stick it like in his headstock, like under the string, so it would kind of like push the string out a little bit.
Down tune it a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
It would just, oh man, it was fucking nuts.
It's one of those things where you can't deny whether or not you like him. You can't deny that.
For a second, boys. I gotta go. But
whether or not, whether or not you like EVH, Eddie Van Halen, you can't deny that his impact on rock and roll in general has been impactful to the point where people still look at him as one of the most influential people. Um, Literally, not just for the music that he played, but I mean, the dude changed the way that you look at pickup wiring, amp modification as well. The fucking fact that he modded his shit and uh searched for his own unique sound, like it explains why there's amp companies out there that are trying to model after EVH's original sound, which can't be copied because he made it his own by tinkering with this shit, right? It Yeah, whether or not you like the guy or know about him, he's an influential person in rock and roll for sure. And if you haven't heard Eruption for some reason, go fucking listen to it. Crack open a beer, smoke a joint, and listen to it because it's fucking good. And the dude's not playing complicated stuff. It's just the way he plays it, how fast he does it, how good it sounds because of all this modding shit that he would do with his guitar and with his amplifier. It sounds fucking good. The dude had an ear for music that is exceptionally rare and you don't see in a lot of people at all. um Hell, you could go as far as saying like fucking Beethoven of heavy metal, even though Beethoven's the one that went deaf. Yeah, some shit like that, whatever. But yeah, it's he's one of those rare exceptional people for sure.
No, I mean, he is one of those guys that will be forever remembered
Absolutely.
as one of the greatest guitar players of all time. In fact, he changed how guitar is played.
Mm-hmm.
He changed how amps are made.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if you guys don't know, this is where Guitar Tab came from.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yep.
because his playing style was too fast to play on sheet music. So they had to come up with tablature in order to transcribe what he could do or what he was doing. And the funny part was he couldn't read either one of them.
Yeah, he just played by ear.
He just did what he did.
Yeah,
And
motherfucker is just in his own league for sure.
yeah,
So he couldn't
he's
read
just
classic music?
he couldn't read any kind of music.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah,
he just played it.
He stands with Jimi Hendrix in that regard, where
He's the GOAT.
Yeah, where he's just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I'd actually put Eddie Van Halen above Jimi Hendrix.
I do too. He's above Hendrix and Malmsteen and all those guys. And
he might just be the greatest guitar player of all time.
That's what I personally, I'm going to say it. I think Eddie Van Halen is the GOAT.
And I say this as a man who picked up a guitar because Glenn fucking Tipton told me to. And I will take that to the grave.
You have a Glenn Tipton story?
No, I just started listening to Judas Priest, and I'm like, shit, I love this shit. I want to play this shit. So I went and picked up a guitar. And now I can play some of it badly.
Takes a lot of fucking practice, man. I remember hearing something about fucking, I think it was Eric Clapton or some shit.
I've never met any of the heavy metal gods, unfortunately. I was the only real rock star I've ever met was actually Ivan from Five Finger Death Punch.
Okay, yeah.
Because he was actually over in the Middle East when we were there.
Oh shit, no way.
Yeah, and I actually met him, and he's a good dude. This was before he had a substance abuse problem, unfortunately. Because the early Five Finger Death Punch albums were fucking great.
Yeah.
but unfortunately, they kind of went a little bit wild towards the end there. After American Capitalist, I'd say.
As what happens with any musician, really, that gets into fucking substance abuse, and not just using the stuff, but like letting it get out of control,
It
which
takes
is what
over then.
it's usually what happens. Yeah.
And honestly, if people in the chat haven't realized that before now, that's what Master of Puppets is written about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Master of Puppets is addiction.
Yep. Well, didn't
Because they were actually still well in the grips of addiction at that point.
okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, didn't James Hetfield know somebody that was like dealing with that shit? But
He saw with James. I just recently heard this. James Hetfield said he had gone to a party in San Francisco and saw a bunch of his friends shooting up, or a bunch of people shooting up, and he was just grossed out by it. And he was more like, okay, it's like the song is about how you're doing the drug, but the
it
drug
controls you.
controls you, and you
Yeah.
become a
Well, I
puppet
mean,
of the
they
drug.
were never, I don't think, hopheads. They
No.
were, I mean,
Alcoholics and maybe
yeah,
some
I
coke.
was going to say, I mean, I know James Hetfield was an alcoholic.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure most of the band was on cocaine.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's a pretty common thing in the music industry. Like,
Especially given how fast they were fucking playing.
I think Lars.
And especially how accurate they were playing. Jesus Christ. Have you ever seen, like, Hetfield's early accuracy? On the first two albums with his picking?
Early accuracy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's at like 99.8.
Yeah.
It's fucking retarded. Like, this dude just did not miss notes. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Because I don't care how good you are, you're going to miss a note every now and again.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally fucking normal. Unless you're hopped up on something like cocaine or meth, some kind of upper,
and
you know.
he was on that level.
Yeah.
Just holy shit.
Can we say that James Hetfield is probably the greatest rhythm guitarist in heavy metal history?
Oh, absolutely.
I would say another man may lay claim to that as well.
I would agree.
Dave Mustaine.
I don't consider Dave a rhythm, but okay.
He is.
I know he does play rhythm. I just think of him as more of like a lead guitar player.
But he is the lead. He is the rhythm player for Megadeth, and always has been. And that's I think that's one of the reasons Megadeth is of such high caliber all the time, is that the rule for being the lead guitarist for Megadeth is you have to be better than Dave.
I would also throw Eric Peterson in there as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Eric Peterson.
He's from Testament.
He doesn't get enough recognition.
Yeah. Well, when you're going up against Alex Skolnick.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of hard.
Eric is short, and he doesn't have much of a personality. He's kind of like a hobbit in the band. But the riffs he comes up with, I mean, he's the guy. He's the fucking dude.
Nice guy, just not very social.
Oh, you met him?
I think the thing that keeps
Testament
out of the big four.
Met most of the guys in Testament when I've seen them.
Oh, all right.
I think the thing that keeps Testament out of the big four rather than Anthrax is that they sound a little too similar to Metallica in the early shit. Like, listen to early Metallica and listen to early Testament and tell me those guys don't sound similar.
I wouldn't be able to speak on that. I mean, just for lack of like not having listened to a lot of Testament, that would be why.
Oh man, Testament is a hell of a ride.
I would say yes to the first two albums, but after the New Order, they definitely found their own identity.
But especially songs like "Practice What You Preach."
Yeah, that was all them. And then you got Souls of Black.
But they are very similar to Metallica on that.
Yeah, and that's why I like Testament, because in like '98, when I was getting into Metallica, I needed something else
that sounded like Metallica that wasn't modern Metallica.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
I actually went through the same thing because I was a kid. and I only knew 90s Metallica. And then a buddy of mine actually played One for me. And I was instantly hooked. Because One's a fucking fantastic song, even though it's
Yeah.
hard to play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I went into early Metallica. And then I fully understood why people started hating on them.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
similar story. I was in.
Now,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
now, up to the Black Album, I am a fan of. Because that was a little bit different. They were trying something else in their musical catalog, and I fully support that, but not as something that was going to be the blueprint for them going forward.
Yeah.
Whereas Herbs, we discussed this in our Metallica video.
It's
The first 4 records are just hard to compete with.
It's one of those things where, yeah, we had talked about it. Like, it's not like that was an entirely bad album, but because it was commercialized in a sense, and it was such a departure from those older albums.
I think that's the main thing. Is it was such a departure.
Yeah.
From the early sound.
Yeah.
And let's face it, those guys were the biggest band in the world in 1988, playing thrash metal.
To stadiums.
To hundreds of thousands of people. Like, they were the biggest rock band on earth.
People would show up to, like, the Monsters of Rock, which had a huge bill. Dawkins, King's X.
By the way, tying it back to Judas Priest actually were on the first Monsters of Rock tour.
Okay.
In 1980 in Donington. Which I think is cool. Mm-hmm. And they richly deserve to be on there.
Okay, so there's Monsters of Rock. That's the Donington show. I was talking about the Monsters of Rock tour in '88 in the United States.
That's
Are
the
those
thing.
two different
Monsters
things?
of Rock used to be an annual festival like Dokken is now.
Uh-huh.
But then Monsters of Rock started a tour. And holy shit, did it take off.
And that was the tour in like 88 or 89 that Metallica
was on. I think it started in 86.
Okay.
But this would have been like the second wave.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, similar to Ozzy in 86 and that Monsters of Rock tour in 88, people showed up for Metallica and then left.
Well, yeah.
Afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, and Metallica was the headliner. Even despite being only in existence for, 6 years?
Yeah. Less than that. 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. They were the headliner. Which is fucking nuts.
Well, think about it. Their second album had them touring with an opening for Ozzy.
Well, yeah. And that was Ozzy at the height of his popularity, too.
Yeah, no, you're right on that, Sentinel. That was the third. That was Puppets, not Lightning.
Because I remember Ozzy was going through his, like, angry housewife phase.
Well, I mean, you're going to
see like pictures of Ozzy in '86. He looks like a deranged housewife.
Yeah, fair enough. Although, I mean, how he treated Black Sabbath that entire time, all of that could be considered the angry ex-wife phase. Because fuck you, Sharon Osbourne.
Yeah.
Where Tony's fucking band were not allowed to tour as Black Sabbath because Sharon Osbourne's a fucking cunt. And she didn't even win that lawsuit.
No, she didn't. And where did they end up, like, a decade or so later? A fucking reality TV show where it was literally Sharon and her kids that were the stars of it?
Well, I mean, you know why that happened, right?
I don't know the whole backstory behind
because of who Sharon Osbourne is related to. Being Phil Spector.
Who?
Phil Spector.
I don't fucking know who that is.
One of the OG label execs. Like, this guy goes back to the 50s.
Okay.
Is he the guy who shot his wife and then put on trial, and then there were memes made about his like crazy hair?
I think so. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I recognized that name.
Interesting.
But yeah, this guy was. She was his niece. So
Not surprised. Not surprised.
basically, anything she said went.
Yeah. She always seemed like a real bitch to me.
And she was also Don Arden's daughter,
Mm.
who was a record executive of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Who was a
Which
bit
is
of a dick himself.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Sharon fucked him over several times. Because I think he was the manager of Black Sabbath, and then
He
Sharon
was.
came in.
That's
Yeah.
actually how him and or how her and Ozzy met.
Yeah.
Mm.
Was they were introduced because here's the singer of my latest band that's going to make me money. And they even giving pictures of her at the time, maybe a 6 or 7 out of 10. She was never a very pretty woman.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to be that superficial about people, but you know, sometimes the exterior matches the interior. And people are just ugly. No one's coming with me on that one. I'm just gonna let that one fucking sit there.
Let me pour another shot here.
Yeah. That's the thing. We're not drunk enough to start talking Don Arden yet, because none of us wants to get suicided like the people who totally, absolutely were not killed by Hillary Clinton.
Wait,
Hey, man, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying.
listen.
What is it they say now? Silence is compliance or some bullshit?
Yeah.
Silence.
Yeah, silence is violence or something.
Some bullshit. I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, the Marine Corps used to have a phrase: "Silence is fucking consent."
Yep. Yeah, and goddamn, did she murder a lot of people?
Mm-hmm. She makes John Gotti look like a fucking angel.
Ooh. Oh.
It's like what, 43 at this point? The number of people who have been associated with her that have just randomly either offed themselves or disappeared.
Whatever the number actually is, it's far too high to,
Yeah.
Like the actual number.
It's not a fucking conspiracy theory anymore. Like, she's just a fucking... It's not even the Clinton family. It's her.
Yeah. Yeah. Chad's right. 43 that we know of.
Yeah.
That we know of.
That we have actually found out about.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking about Hillary or Sharon?
We dare not speak her name.
No, don't say her name.
But it does rhyme with Hillary Bottom Clinton.
Okay, because I thought you were
Bottom.
saying that Sharon had fucking killed a bunch of people. I know she screwed over every single person who's pretty much she's ever come into contact with.
And just to clarify,
Oh, absolutely.
none of us, at least me, I love life. I am not suicidal. So I am not going to kill myself. Guys?
I will not kill myself either. I will not leave a note. Just letting you know.
Mm-hmm. Especially debunking everything I ever said in life.
If I'm found dead in a ditch, I definitely did not do it. And you can't blame alcohol or herbs because
Neither one makes you suicidal.
neither one makes me suicidal. No. Shit, no, I wouldn't call myself suicidal. If that were to happen, quote unquote, somebody else is responsible.
I mean, some of the actions I've taken in the past could be seen as suicidal because I am not a smart man.
I would say the same for myself too. I mean, not the brightest bulb in the shed.
Exactly. Like I stood there in open view getting shot at and then set up a machine gun. So,
Ooh.
you know, I probably not the brightest fucking human being there's ever been.
Mm,
But I'm not self-destructive. At least yet.
mm.
I feel like my liver's
I
going to
am-
do that for me someday.
I am hardwired because I do have demons in my life, but last time I checked, I did not want to commit suicide. I am not suicidal, and there will never be an ending to my story where the final thing is suicide. So if I...
And to the chat, if you guys are ever feeling that kind of way, fucking message one of us.
Yes.
If you're not on the Gilded server, get on the Gilded server. I'll put it in the description of the video, even though I've been really bad about that lately. But if you are fucking feeling that kind of way, reach out to us. And you know how to get a hold of us.
There's also a new national number that was just updated this week to differentiate itself from 991, and I think it's 998 or 988. Let me, as an emergency hotline.
Even for people who aren't in the U.S., just
Specifically, yeah.
And if any of you feel like that, dude, message me. Or fucking, like, I won't speak for anybody on the panel, but message me. I'll sit there and fucking talk to you all day. Whether I help you or not is, up to you. But, I'll sit there and talk. Because, it's kind of what I do. But I've lost way too many friends to that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And to their own demons than I care to admit. And that I ever lost to combat.
Yeah, it's not easy to go through, man.
And especially as Marines, we're trained that, casualties are going to happen. It's not something anyone likes, but it is something that is just trained into you, like, hey, it's going to happen. You're going to lose friends.
Mm-hmm.
But losing friends to combat is one thing, and losing friends to themselves is another. So that has a special place in my heart of things that are not okay with both Metallicas.
Understood. I agree.
And yes, we make jokes about it and something like that, but if you are legitimately fucking feeling that way, message me and I'll probably shove my foot up your ass. I'll also tell you why that's not a good idea. Because it's a temporary solution to a very, very permanent problem. Oh, sorry, it's a permanent solution to a very temporary problem.
The first time I heard that saying, it was Bill Ward talking about his son in this Ozzy video, Don't Blame Me. It was kind of like it was like a little bit of a documentary on Ozzy, and they had like Lars and Lemmy and Joe Elliott from Def Leppard. But it was Bill Ward, and they were talking about that. And it's like, if I feel like my kid is going through something, I'm going to talk to him. And then he says, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. That is something that's
it is 100% correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is no problem bad enough that you need to kill yourself to fix. Like, there is nothing that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. People do some bad shit all the time. It should be held to account for it. But there are very, very few things that I would subscribe or that I would prescribe. Killing yourself out of shame to be one of them. It's whew, that's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it as a warrior in some instances. When you have failed that utterly, be like, it would be like the ancient Rome where a general would fall on his sword because he fucked up that bad and got that many tens of thousands of men killed.
Mm-hmm.
And can't live with the shame of having done that. And I fully understand that. But that's one of the only ones I see as legitimate. Because you failed that utterly and killed that many men by your own action. Of your own men. That's the worst. Is that you were a fucking idiot and threw away the lives of a lot of your own men. Because, casualties happen in war. It's a thing. It will always be a thing. But you always want to make sure it's on the other side. As George Patton once famously said, the goal of war is not to die for your country, it's to make the other poor bastard die for his.
Hell yeah.
And I think that's something we should be teaching our warriors a lot more these days. Because, man, a lot of them have never even heard of George Patton.
Hmm.
And it would be like having Marines who have not heard of Chesty Puller. Like the most decorated Marine of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And one of our fucking patron saints, essentially. Because, I mean, this turned into a joke in the 60s, and yet it's not really a joke. Is that there are only two branches of the military, the Army and the Navy. Because the Air Force is a corporation, and the Marine Corps is a cult. And they're not wrong. The Marine Corps is a cult. We have our own gods and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I would go so far to say as like a warrior cult,
Well, we're absolutely a warrior cult.
Yeah, if you want to say like it's a cult, yeah, I would say definitely like a warrior cult, because that's fucking what the Marines are, man. You're on the front lines of everything, essentially.
And we
But
are the most extreme when it comes to
mhm,
being American military forces.
yeah,
Is we're the ones you get when you really fuck up.
that's who you bring in. Yep.
Yeah, it's just like we get unleashed on something. Like everyone else gets deployed somewhere. We get unleashed on a place.
Yeah.
And usually fighting stops very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Because we just start destroying everything in our path.
Yeah.
So the sort of the Lee R. Hermey character in Full Metal Jacket is pretty authentic to the kind of attitude.
Well, that is the attitude of the United States Marine Corps.
Fuck yeah. I love that.
And every Marine I've ever met has this attitude.
Yeah.
Of, we will help you if you ask for it. If you fuck with me, I will destroy your fucking soul.
Army didn't do jack shit in Fallujah, did they?
Well, funny you mentioned that. That's an entire history lesson unto itself.
It was what Chad said in chat.
That is an entire history lesson unto itself because the army did do shit in Fallujah, and that's kind of the problem that we then fucking fixed.
We got to start teaching our kids more about modern history, like the last 40 years.
Dude, when it comes to like battles like Fallujah or Ramadi, those guys were the guys I learned from. The motherfuckers who were in Fallujah and Ramadi were the guys who were teaching me. Because I came in a year after that happened. And yes, things happened that fast.
Right in the coattails of it, shit.
Is those guys got sent to training commands to not only chill out, because what the fuck they had just seen, but also to train new guys like me coming in on what they could expect.
Yeah.
And when you see guys telling you to expect the most insane street fighting anyone's ever seen since Vietnam, we took it seriously. And they really drilled it into our heads. And, you know, they didn't know what units we were going to or what our actual deployment schedule was. But they were looking at us as infantry Marines as like, hey, every single one of you stupid cunts is going to be deployed inside of a year. Either to Iraq or Afghanistan. Because both wars were going on very, very strongly in the summer of 2008.
Yep.
And they straight up laid it out for us. It's like, you guys better learn this shit now because you're not going to have time later. And we internalized that. And I think that made us better Marines for having served with those guys and learned under them.
Because they survived. They knew how to survive it.
They learned lessons the hard way. Otherwise known as losing friends and losing Marines. So they taught us how not to lose our friends and our Marines in infantry school, like before we ever got into a leadership position. Because we weren't going to do the dumb shit that got some of their friends killed. And some of it's really, really minor shit. Like kicking a can that's in the middle of the road. Most of the time, it's fun. Sometimes it's disguising an IED.
Yeah.
I've seen that firsthand. Where do not kick the can. It's tempting, but don't do it. The guy I saw that did it lost his fucking foot. And that's a small bomb.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would imagine. He's lucky to have just lost his foot. Let me just put it that way. Because you've seen it up firsthand. You've seen it. You've smelt it. You know. I just have seen clips of it, and I know those IUDs can take out fucking Hummers easily.
Well, I mean, there's varying degrees of IEDs. There's, what we call toe poppers that are literally just designed to wound a single Marine or whatever comes across its path. And those are even sometimes Soviet era landmines that they've just repurposed. The worst for me are the ones that are designed to take out a vehicle. Because some of those are fucking massive. Like, one of the ones we found was 1,500 pounds worth of TNT. It was a different type of explosive, which I'm not going to elaborate on here, but it was equivalent to 1.5 tons of TNT.
How much energy is 1.5 tons of TNT?
A fucking lot.
Yeah.
For a point of reference, the Hiroshima nuclear detonation is 20 kilotons. So that is 20,000 tons of TNT. But even something like a ton is it's not nothing. It'll shake the earth for a couple hundred meters around it. I thought I knew what explosives were until I joined the infantry. And I also saw the engineers do some of their shit. Holy fuck. Because a lot of... He is completely correct. VPIDs are a fucking nightmare.
Vehicle-based? Is that what that means?
Vehicle-borne IED.
Okay.
Basically a truck or a car that is designed into a IED.
And those are like kamikaze ones.
Yes. We found some that we shot that didn't go off that probably would have killed most of my platoon. Like, this shit, you only hear about the ones that either go off and do catastrophic damage, or the ones that are in a high-profile area. We used to deal with this shit on a weekly basis. Because the vehicle would try to run a checkpoint or something like that, and then our 50 gunner would cut him in half. And lo and behold, the entire fucking back of the car would be filled with explosives. Not to get that dark on shit, we're going on almost 3 hours. On my favorite record of all time, that we haven't talked about in quite a while.
It was a good conversation. It
was, and I don't blame that, but I want to get it back to end the stream on especially some of the later tracks on this record.
All right.
Songs like Fever and Devil's Child.
Yep.
I love both of them. Especially Herbs being a first-time listener.
Oh, yeah. It was fantastic, man.
Like, the back half of this record is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you've got another thing coming on the radio, probably since you were a little kid.
Yeah, and what's the other one that's always overplayed? You Breaking the Law. I've heard that one.
But
too.
that's on British Steel. But off of this album specifically, I mean, You've Got Another Thing Coming was the radio play song on this album.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? It kind of deserves to be.
It's a good song for sure. It's although I would not say it's my favorite one.
Oh no, it's not my favorite on this album by far.
Yeah.
But it is a catchy song.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And for radio play, I think that would be the one I'd pick out of all of the ones on this record.
They likely wrote it specifically for that. They're
It's entirely possible. I would picture either that or Pain and Pleasure.
Pain and Pleasure is a good one too. Although I would agree with what y'all were saying earlier, like that's not the strong one that I'd pick out of this album.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like for radio play,
Yeah,
I would pick probably You've Got Another Thing Coming or Pain and Pleasure.
right.
Bloodstone, or even Devil's Child would be.
Bloodstone would be an interesting one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Devil's Child, yeah, but you wouldn't hear that on a lot of radio stations. That would be more like the heavy metal, hard rock oriented ones.
Right.
Right, yeah. It wouldn't be a selling point for Judas Priest commercially.
No, it wouldn't.
Although it's a great fucking song. Yeah.
I think You've Got Another Thing Coming is still going to be played into the fucking ages.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it on a car commercial.
On rock radio. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
Last weekend I was actually driving up to Maine with my family, with my mom and dad, and my dad cranked up a song because he thought it was really good and he'd never heard it before.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know what that song was?
I'm guessing a Judas Priest song?
Living After Midnight.
Oh no. I mean,
like, holy shit. Like, it's a bad Judas Priest song, but it's still a Judas Priest track.
Yeah.
It's not a bad Judas Priest song. It's just so oversaturated.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's
annoying to listen to after a while.
Yeah.
One of their weaker ones, I guess.
Yeah. And that is, I think, a solid endorsement of how strong this band is.
Yeah. I've heard Living After Midnight.
That
it's
an
still
album
good.
like British Steel, even with some of the things that are on it, is not even in my top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even for Judas Priest, it's not in my top 5.
Yeah.
It's average at best for me. But Screaming for Vengeance is my number 1.
Yep, same with me.
Because this is Judas Priest at their absolute peak.
Yeah, for me it's Screaming, Painkiller, British Steel, Defenders.
Defenders is that low for you, huh?
What?
Defenders is my number 2.
I would Defenders for me, because I listened to it later. I didn't pick it up until later in my Priest connoisseurness. But I definitely, it's just the first like 5 or 6 songs are great, and then it doesn't end strong for me. That's why it's ranked a little bit lower. But the songs that are good are fucking amazing. Free Will Burning, The Sentinel.
You like The Sentinel, do you?
Yeah. Absolutely. Of course I do, man. I love he's describing this kind of Avenger with throwing knives, striking back
that was kind of
from the darkness. I mean, it's cool, it's just cool, the kind of concepts that Rob comes up with.
Which I actually always thought that was funny, that your name is The Sentinel, and yet your picture is from Screaming for Vengeance.
Exactly.
Which I always thought was interesting. Is there a story behind that, or?
The Sentinel, I always knew that the Sentinel was more of this like iconic, like for instance, I've got a music video on my channel of the Sentinel set to the footage of V for Vendetta.
Ooh.
So I always saw the Sentinel as this almost V for Vendetta kind of avenging iconic character who was
well, I mean, as it's written, you're not wrong.
And that's why I named myself the Sentinel. I like that song. I like that character. I like that concept.
If it wasn't made in England, it would be a gunslinger.
Yeah.
Well, it would be an old West gunslinger. That he is the law in this town. A man with justice and fairness in his mind. But at the same time, anyone reaches for leather, he's just going to draw and let rip. Which is great for that time in American law enforcement. Like, especially because the West was not America yet.
Mm-hmm.
They were American territories. And most of it was pretty unpatrolled.
You know, a good song for that reminds me of the Sentinel, but is more of like a cowboy thing. The cowboy equivalent is Ice Earth's, I think it's Peacemaker. That song from Place of I Belong. And that's another song I have as a music video on my channel that's set to the clips of the Sergio Leone Clint Eastwood film.
Okay, you had me at heavy metal and Sergio Leone, like
fantastic.
I'm in already. I'm a huge Western fan.
Yeah, so check those videos out on my channel. Definitely.
I mean, the old Clint Eastwood Westerns are just
so good. So good.
I actually just again watched his first one, Hang 'em High. And god damn is he good in those movies. Mostly because he knows what not to say.
Mm-hmm.
He's just standing there saying nothing for most of the time.
And then when he speaks, it makes it all the more impactful.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't need... And, I mean, you guys have obviously seen the Dollars trilogy.
Yeah.
You don't even know his name. The entire time.
Mm-hmm.
All three movies, he never mentions his name.
Yep.
But you don't care. Because he is who he is in those movies. Like, he's that encapsulating a character. That you don't need to even know what his name is. He's just the man with no name. And that's actually how he's known in movie history now, is the man with no name.
Yeah, that inspired the concept of Boba Fett, too.
Yeah. Of just the random bounty hunter.
Right.
Although, I will say one of my favorite lines of all from the Westerns comes from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. There's two types of men in this world. Those with loaded guns and those who dig. Click. Dig.
Yep.
I always loved that fucking line. Because he knows his enemy doesn't have a fucking loaded rifle or a loaded sidearm.
Yep.
It's just like, yeah, you fucked up. And I always loved that. But that's also, I guess we're just showing our toxic masculinity by loving things that are,
macho and cool,
particularly white
guns,
and metal. Yeah, we love heavy metal and guns and the 1980s just as a genre.
You know what that reminds me of? Speaking about that, Ian Fleming, right, the creator of James Bond.
Yep.
Apparently, and this was put out on the Daily Mail UK website or whatever. But apparently,
Soul Assassin, you'll have to send me that because I've never heard any fan theories about him.
Send it on Gilded.
Yeah,
send it to me on Gilded, and then I'll post it. Because, yeah.
But yeah, so he put out a list of 12 rules to follow, kind of like, Jordan Peterson's 12 rules of life. But Ian Fleming, one of his first couple of rules was never trust two women in the front passenger seat of a car.
Well, I mean, that's
so
just
don't trust women drivers.
That's just good sense.
And then another one of his rules was don't put any stock in a woman who wears a bracelet on her left ankle.
That one's kind of interesting.
Think about it.
I want to know I want to know the story behind that.
So you got to think about the time that Ian Fleming was alive, right? It was around like 40s and 50s. He probably wrote this 40s, 50s
My
to
guess is
60s.
50s.
Yeah, 50s. 50s would make sense. Yeah. So at the time that he's alive and he's writing and probably makes these rules, hippies did exist at that point. And the sure sign of notating or like what a
Well,
hippie would look like.
in the late 50s, they weren't called hippies yet.
They weren't called hippies yet.
They were
Yes.
called beatniks.
But you could tell certain things about them that kind of like notated towards their culture, and one of those things would
nowadays they would be called what's the term? Retard leftists.
be exactly right.
Or
So
at the worst, your son's or daughter's kindergarten teacher.
Ian Fleming was basically saying avoid the retard leftist.
Mhm.
Which I find that not only hilarious, but I find it to be great
Hell,
advice.
20 years before Ian Fleming did anything else, George Orwell was already warning us about these cunts.
Yes, true. He was.
With both Animal Farm and 1984. So was Aldous Huxley with Brave New World.
Yep.
And we just fucking went right from that. We just went right for that future, didn't we?
Yep.
Because apparently we don't fucking learn.
Well, it's sad.
We don't fucking learn until pain is applied to us. And that's one of the things I fear the most, is that I'm going to have to be the one to do it.
It's one of those things where what do they say? History repeats itself, right?
Well, it doesn't repeat itself so much as it rhymes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're very much correct about that. Because it's not always the exact same scenario. It's just very, very similar scenarios.
Imperitus, are you still awake?
Imperitus.
What's that?
Are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hola.
Just checking.
I know we've been
because the
babbling
conversation has moved on from Judas Priest, so you can actually
Nothing really to jump in on. You guys got everything covered so far. That's been one of my biggest dislikes about streaming in some cases, is I'll have something to say and four other people make the comment, and then everybody's like, why are you so quiet?
The same comment, yeah.
It's like, everybody already said what I was going to, so...
Well, this is also why I poke you with a stick every now and again.
Cheers to that. Oh, jeez.
Because, I mean, this is... he's not wrong about having a bunch of like-minded people, which is also why I like having him around, because he likes very different music than I do.
Mm.
So he can provide a very different perspective on it.
I mean, did you see some of the music I posted in Arkansas server? Like, I don't listen to exactly the same stuff y'all do, so I mean...
Well, I mean, the funny part is running this channel, not to get too inside baseball for the audience, I rarely get to listen to the music I want to anymore. I'm usually researching music for an episode of either my channel or 70s channel or something like that. And yet I'm learning a lot. But this episode, especially once Sentinel brought up the fact that this was the 40th anniversary of this fucking album. Oh, man. This is a special episode for me.
It's been fun listening to it for sure, and it's definitely like on yours and Joe's recommendation. Judas Priest will be something that I will go back and listen to, even though it's not, what I'll gravitate to on a normal day. I
know you're a lot more towards the extreme side, more like Imperitus is.
At times, yes, but then there's other times where I'll just put on some jazz music or classical music.
Yeah.
That's just how the
You know
fuck
what
I am.
You're like me, where just music will just kind of hit you, and you're just kind of shiny toy.
Or whatever I feel I want to listen to, whatever I feel attracted to, I'm like, oh, this sounds good right now. I'll listen to it.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
just like shiny toy.
Yeah.
And you can also incorporate that into your own music.
Yeah. Hell, like some of the shit that I've been writing, I'm like, oh, synths sound fun. I'll throw some synths on this, and I've had more than one person comment like, oh, this sounds like this would be really good, like heavy metal Halloween track. I'm like, I wasn't going for Halloween,
but it's like, but if that's the feel it has, then,
if it works, I mean,
hey, it's one of those. If it fits, it sits.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of moment of. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That was entirely what I was going for the entire time.
Yeah.
It's totally not an accident. I'm just a genius.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but this has been fun. It's been a great conversation for sure.
Oh, and this is my favorite album of all time, and I'm so glad that this is the album that got you into Judas Priest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because this is the peak of what they were, and still are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's Firepower has more DNA from Screaming for Vengeance than it does from Painkiller.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, they are actually going back to their older stuff for references rather than just iterating on their current classics. I would say that Firepower is basically a marriage of Redeemer of Souls and Screaming for Vengeance.
It's the Redeemer of Souls with a more focused producer.
I can't even say more focused producer because Andy Sneak produced that one too. And he's also the rhythm guitarist now.
Right. I didn't do it. Andy, I thought it was Firepower he did. He did Redeemer then.
No, he did both.
Both Redeemer and Firepower.
Mm-hmm. He was the producer on both, and ever since Glenn had to bow out of the live tour,
yeah, I love.
He's been touring. He's been touring as Priest's other guitarist.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them,
and he's actually a hell of a guitar player.
Actually, since putting because he was in Sabbath.
Yeah, Sabbat is.
Yeah, Sabbat.
A hell of a fucking band.
Yeah. And I like the fact that
he's not just produced Priest's newer records. He's done so much with some of the classic bands. He's done Accept's last 3 records. And he's also done Saxon's last 2.
He also did the good modern Megadeth records.
And if you've not heard me extol the virtues of the new Saxon record, go back to my first fucking live stream. That was what I did with 70s Rock Band and Nick Weiser. And that album, Carpe Diem, is fucking amazing. Like, I lack the virtue. I lack the fucking verbosity. Which is also why I brand myself as Discount Razor Fist. To extol the virtues of these records. And, like, I can't put into words how great some of these albums are. And Herbs, like, I know you're a little younger than I am. Like, this is the first time you're hearing some of this shit. And this is why 80s metal is held up on such a fucking pedestal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it is that good.
And it's, coming from bands like Metallica and Exodus.
And these are the guys that Metallica and Exodus and all these guys were listening to.
We're inspired by, exactly. I can definitely see it. Yeah.
This is where that came from. And that's one of the reasons, like, especially for the younger guys, like, look back into heavy metal history, back to Black Sabbath, back to Judas Priest, back to Iron Maiden and Motorhead.
Yeah.
Like, these guys were the foundation of the entire goddamn genre.
Well, yeah, there's a reason why a lot of the British bands, British heavy metal bands especially, were hailed as like the progenitors of it. And
I mean, heavy metal came out of the Midlands of England, out of Birmingham, especially,
yeah,
because that's where Priest and Sabbath both came from.
right. Yes, Sabbath. And Sabbath is hailed as one of,
In fact,
like we
that's
were saying
actually,
earlier.
in fact, that's actually how Tony Iommi lost the tips of two fingers. Was it in one of the sheet metal presses?
Right.
It was his last day working there too, which is fucking ironic. He just got
About
careless.
that,
Sucks, man. That
He
sucks.
got careless and got a little too close to the press.
but it completely informed everything that would sound guitar-wise with Black Sabbath because
Yeah,
he had
it
to
was
put
it
those
was
tips.
deeper blues because he had to be,
Yeah, he down
because
tuned to
he
D.
couldn't play normal blues anymore
Right.
because
Down tuning,
it
and then
was
you add the distortion. There you go.
and Bob's your uncle. There they have fucking heavy metal, whereas they were a typical blues rock band.
Earth. They were called Earth.
Yeah, they were called Earth in '68 when they first started. And also, I know I told Herbs, I don't know if you were here for this, Sentinel, where the name Black Sabbath came from.
Oh, that the Boris Karloff movie that was across the street from where they were playing.
And they basically went to watch the movie afterwards. And it wasn't just Boris Karloff, it was Bela Lugosi.
Wasn't Christopher Lee in it too?
No, that wasn't Hammer Horror.
Okay.
This was, I think, just pre that.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. I'm not a huge expert on that era of film. But I know he wasn't in this movie. Because I've seen this movie. And it was Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi doing Black Sabbath. And they kind of like looked at each other and went, they were looking for a new name to go with that deeper sound. Because it kind of sounded more sinister and more evil.
Yeah.
And they were like, Black Sabbath? Black Sabbath. Yeah. And a legend was born. And it's funny how much of music history is mostly an accident. Or a bunch of creative guys that just happen to be there at the right time. Judas Priest is certainly one of them, where they were the first to claim the heavy metal mantle.
Yes. And they embraced it. They never, especially in the 90s.
Sabbath actually eschewed the sound, that title for a while.
Yep.
They thought themselves as psychedelic rock. Even though they created the sound of heavy metal, they did not embrace it for a long, long time. Up until the Dio era, really. Which would be like 1980. So for the first decade, Priest was the original heavy metal band. And Herbs, we're going to have to do a stream sometime where you listen to the early Priest stuff. And then maybe a live reaction too. Of like the early heavy Priest stuff. Like Rock'n'Rolla and Sad Wings of Destiny. And tell us what you think. Because I love it as a Priest fan, but I came into it through albums like this. And it would be interesting for you, having heard this, Priest at their absolute fucking finest. and then go to their early stuff that they still play to this day. There's stuff off the first 3 albums that they still play in 2022.
So you want to have a conversation like after me listening to the really early stuff compared to like the newest stuff, kind of like going through the whole catalog, or just like the whole like
Well, I would say
contrast
listen
between-
to Firepower and then listen to
Okay.
Sad Wings of Destiny.
Okay.
And maybe not even Sad Wings of Destiny, maybe like Sin After Sin.
You know what would be a good album that would kind of meet both eras in the middle is Angel of Retribution.
Well, I mean, Angel of Retribution is their first real reunion album. Because that was the first one that Rob came back on.
Exactly. And the reason I brought it up was
as we were saying on the Glorious Burden episode,
Mm-hmm.
in the meantime, Ripper Owens had done 2 albums.
Right.
And Jugulator, I love. And Demolition, he was not the problem. I don't like the album all that much overall. He was not the problem. It was the band.
Mm.
They were getting a little too influenced by the 90s. Where everyone was down-tuning their guitars and doing electronic shit.
Yeah.
That's not Judas Priest.
Confession time. I don't own Demolition.
I don't own Demolition. I don't actually own Jugulator physically either.
It's a hard one to track down because it's out of print. I was lucky to get one from some Russian website.
And we're going to do a stream someday on the first 3 Pantera albums.
Mm.
And those I actually have. I gave my copy of Power Metal to a friend because he was his ex-girlfriend had basically stolen his entire record collection.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So I I basically, just gave him my copy of Power Metal to start his collection.
Right.
And it's a fucking great album.
It is. Yeah.
The early Pantera shit is not to be like, it was more glam metal. And I'm sure Imperitus has opinions on this.
On what now?
On the early Pantera albums.
When they get into
they sound a lot like Judas Priest in this era.
Yeah, they do. I'll give you that.
when they get into fucking what is it, Cowboys from Hell, that's where they really start to get commercialized and popular.
That was their big breakout. And
Yeah.
I actually like their early stuff a lot more.
It's not that album is bad. Like they've
I
good
love
songs on
Cowboys.
it.
I love Cowboys from Hell, and even
Cowboys is my
Power.
favorite Pantera album ever.
But Power Metal is a hell of a record.
Yeah.
And it actually is Phil singing what he should be singing, which is his natural falsetto.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds amazing.
Like, it's one of those things like, Phil Anselmo can actually sing. He just chooses not to.
Exactly.
He goes for that deeper.
I think it's more annoying than anything else, in that he can actually sing. He just chooses not to.
He goes for that deeper, more like what was in vogue at that time, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like,
honestly, Cowboys from Hell less so, is more thrash, but Vulgar Display of Power and moving on, they were kind of going to groove metal, almost like bands like Gojira and Korn, which don't get me wrong, I like them. But they were born in that genre. Pantera, on the other hand, was born to play either heavy or thrash metal. And it felt kind of forced later on.
Right.
That fucking Cowboys from Hell album, I'm just thinking about it. That's just such a perfect heavy
It's
metal
such a
album.
great fucking record. And it's the last one you actually hear Phil Anselmo actually use his vocal range on. Especially songs like Cemetery Gaze.
I wish he kept that all throughout the career because it was like the perfect middle ground of the gruff Pantera vocals and the clean Pantera vocals.
Yeah, it was basically the borderline between heavy and thrash metal.
Yeah.
And I really wish they'd ridden that line a little bit longer, but they just went full on thrash. And groove metal to a certain point. Which
Absolutely,
that's not to
with
say
Pulver.
anything against groove metal as genre. I do like some of Gojira's stuff. And a lot of early Korn. Because that's the shit I grew up with. I just didn't know it was metal at the time.
Nobody knew what was metal in
well,
the
I mean,
mid to
I
late
was
90s.
probably, well, I mean, in 1994 when Korn came out with their first album, I was 7. So I didn't know what old school metal sounded like. That was like, the hardest shit I ever heard. And even again, like when I first started my metal journey, I've said this in the Metallica episode, that And Justice for All was the first album I ever bought with my own money. Like that, and even then, like I was used to hearing Metallica on the radio and stuff like that. Like I was used to hearing their later stuff. And but we just considered that rock. It wasn't, heavy metal wasn't a thing I knew about until I discovered Iron Maiden in 2000 with Brave New World.
That's an amazing record too.
And we are gonna talk about that record at some point, because that was the beginning of my metal journey. Was Brave New World by Iron Maiden.
And that's a pure heavy metal record.
Yeah, it really is. Leading more towards power metal.
Yeah, some songs. Out of the Silent Planet, definitely.
Out of the Silent Planet is absolutely, and
Ghost of the Navigator.
Ghost of the Navigator would be another one.
Mercenary.
The Mercenary is straight up heavy metal.
Yep, I love it all in that album.
I mean, that entire record is fucking phenomenal.
Blood Brothers definitely is.
Blood Brothers was actually the song that got me into that album.
Cool.
I heard one of my corporals play Ghost of the Navigator when I was at Norwich as a cadet.
That must have been cool.
And well, I mean, they played it as kind of a bonding song between, warriors or prospective warriors, as we were going to be. And it did really just echo, resonate with us. And we all kind of, every guy in my company pretty much bought the record just off of that. Because, we're all in the same barracks and stuff like that. So we were all hearing different tracks of the same album come out of the fucking various doors at any time. We were all listening to it. And there's probably 15 or 20 of us that all got introduced just off of Blood Brothers. And it had the same effect on all of us.
Yeah.
And that was really where I started being a metalhead. Because that introduced me to, bands like Judas Priest or older Iron Maiden at first, and then bands like Warlock, and then Judas Priest. I'm like, holy shit! Like, this is an entire era of music I knew nothing about.
Power Slave, dude, so good.
Power Slave is possibly it belongs in the greatest metal records of all time.
Oh, absolutely. If there was a specific Hall of Fame for like greatest
Screaming for Vengeance
heavy
would probably
metal,
be my top, but Power Slave would be right there along with it.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
I would say, yeah.
That and Ace of Spades.
It's in the same hall. It's in the same wing of that hall. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's like that and Ace of Spades by Motorhead.
I'll have to listen to Ace of Spades next. I know you mentioned it like when you were saying like listen to these albums next.
Start out with Overkill.
Overkill, okay.
Like honestly, when we're done here, I'll message you a link to a live version of Overkill itself that I think is the best they've ever done, and that was in 2005 with Stage Fright. And this is a live version.
Okay.
And oh man, if you don't love this, if this song doesn't throw your fucking horns up, I don't know what's wrong with you.
So 2005. So that's Mickey D on the drums. So,
yes, it is.
Yeah, he's about to have his ass kicked. So putting it that way.
Have you seen Stage Fright, right, Sentinel?
I haven't seen Stage Fright. I have seen Motorhead live.
Oh man, this is a live album from Motorhead that is just absolutely fucking killer. I think it actually tops No Sleep Till Hammersmith.
Let me look it up real quick.
And it's just that fucking awesome. Because it also includes some later stuff. But this album, being Screaming for Fucking Vengeance, this is, in my opinion, and you guys can all go down your agreements, disagreements, this is a must own.
Absolutely. You cannot call yourself, if you like any kind of just regular heavy metal stuff, you own that album, get that album, listen to it.
Herbs, obviously, like you've been, like this is your first introduction to them. And like this is the best metal album of all time, in my opinion.
Same.
I mean, Sentinel, you made it your fucking avatar.
Yes.
I would have to say, like, I would need to listen to it more, especially today being like the first introduction
to
it. And there's bands that I've been listening to for well over a decade that have taken that spot for me personally. So it's one of those things that like grows with time for sure. But I mean, I said it today. I was like, it's like a 9, almost 10 out of 10 for me. It's
you almost really can't stop listening to it.
Yeah, I was listening to it for like, like the first couple hours we were streaming. I had it in the background still. So it's good. It's fucking good. So it's one of those albums that will work its way up for me for sure.
Imperitus, I'm sure you'll be the dissenting opinion on this one.
What was the question again? I was muted for a second.
Of this album, is it a must own for any?
Oh yeah, no, I would say it is. I mean, even though I've said I'm not a huge fan of Judas Priest, I do respect what they do, and still can acknowledge that A, they have made incredible music. B, they've been a big influence on metal as a whole, and C, they have put out some really good albums.
And this is one of them.
And this is one of them, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if they came to 2 mandatory must-own Priest albums, it'd be this and Painkiller.
I would completely agree.
I would not disagree with that. I would add Defenders of the Faith in there.
I might add British Steel. Nah, I go back and forth.
British Steel is not even in my top 5.
British Steel and Hellbent for Leather, because I think Hellbent for Leather, it has the heavier songs are a little better than the heavier. Well,
but you also had some kind of power ballads on there, like Evening Star, which I do.
God,
I like those songs, but
I can't stand those songs. I'm sorry.
I do like those songs.
The unreleased that was on the remaster was more of a power ballad than anything. Like if I
What,
look at the
Prisoner of Your
actual,
Eyes? Yeah.
yeah, if I look at the actual songs on the album,
It was
they
not
weren't
released
s-
until they unleashed the 30th
Remasters in
anniversary of
2001.
this album.
I wouldn't say that like the actual original album, like even though they had like leaning, it's hard for me. Like they're not like power ballads per se, but they kind of like lean into it.
It's as close as Priest gets. And trust me, earlier on, there are some songs that are straight up power ballads.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
And like we said in the Striper episode, it sucked then and it sucks now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No,
But
go
the
ahead.
high points of those records are well worth owning the disc.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
I mean, even with Sin After Sin with Last Rose of Summer, everything else on the record fucking kills.
Yeah.
So I would say, even, you know what? I'm going to link you guys to Diamond Head's cover of Sinner after we get done here, because that song is fucking amazing. It was amazing when Priest did it in '77, and Diamond Head redid it in 2020.
Hope,
And
you're more familiar
fucking-
with Sin After Sin. I'm more familiar with Stained Glass. Did they have any of the? Okay, I was thinking of dark power ballads, like Metallica "Fade to Black" is like a dark power ballad.
Yeah, it
Right.
is. They didn't have anything like that, really.
Well, then they did the first dark power ballad, because "Beyond the Realms of Death" is a ballad, and that's on Stained Glass.
Well, I
and that's
mean,
a very dark song.
Beyond the Realms of Death is... I wouldn't even count that as a ballad. That is just fucking straight up heavy metal.
I consider it more of a ballad because it's slower, and then it has kind of peaks and valleys. And
It does.
You're right.
It is a very slow song, but it's almost doom metal in a way.
There's certain structures to power ballads, and there's certain like lyrical rules, I would say. Just like in poetry, there are lyrical rules. With a
And
power ballad, it's
Herbs,
kind of
I would heavily recommend looking up Stained Glass and Sin After Sin.
okay.
Like, these guys, this is their third and fourth album.
Okay.
And Beyond the Realms of Death is fucking insane.
Sounds like
And-
my realm. Sounds like my realm.
And honestly, on Sin After Sin, Call the Priest is straight up the creation of speed metal. No one will convince me otherwise, because this is the same year that Motorhead came out with their first record,
Okay.
and and Priest were already doing it. And the other one is Dissonant Aggressor. And holy shit, this song might actually be responsible for not only thrash but black metal as well.
Okay.
Imperitus.
Well, even though you guys say that, like, I mean, it's a universally held concept. Venom is the band.
But these guys but this song came out in 1977, and I think
Okay.
it might have inspired Venom to do some of their shit. Imperitus, you're our residential black metal.
Did you just almost call me the residential black man?
No, hey, I'm half drunk at this point. All right.
Alcohol.
I'm a little drunk too.
Yeah,
You're a resident black metal expert, so
I mean, hell, my bottle was right about here when we started the stream. Sorry.
Metallicus, man. We encourage alcoholism on this channel.
Cheers.
Definitely have to say that Priest had some sort of influence onto Venom, either directly as in holy shit, this band from our same country is awesome, or it could have influenced him to go, we're not doing that shit.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it on both ends.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of both.
Because
in there.
Venom was kind of a rebellion against what the new wave of British heavy metal had become.
Yeah.
And I'll say that, and also say that Priest actually predates the new wave of British heavy metal.
Yeah.
Like, they were heavy metal.
Well, rock and roll wasn't exactly, metal.
At that, as we've established, that album is not Judas Priest. Not really. It was their first attempt, and their second effort is the creation of the perfection of heavy metal. Like, Black Sabbath created the sound and absolutely ran with it. I think Priest honed it.
Priest, this is really how it goes. Black Sabbath created heavy metal. Priest perfected it.
You're not wrong.
That's
And
I
that's,
didn't make that. I didn't make that up. I heard other people say that.
no, that's from Razor Fist Metal Mythos on Black Sabbath.
And then
And
Venom
also-
came along and made it, extremized it, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, they basically combined Priest's faster riffs with punk, which was new at the time. Because they first started as a band, I think, in 78, which, the Ramones would have been brand new at the time. And also some of Queen's punkier stuff and stuff like that. And then they got into the really satanic side because they were basically trying to troll. This is the height of the Satanic Panic.
Right.
And they were basically trying to troll everyone. And so everyone else was trying to distance themselves from the whole Satanism thing. And then in 1981, here comes Venom with fucking a pentagram and Baphomet on the fucking album cover.
Baphomet. Interesting. I've always heard it as Baphomet or Baphomet, but never Baphomet.
Yeah, I've never heard Baphomet.
I think that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I used to pronounce it
I've heard both
Baphomet.
Baphomet and Baphomet.
Yeah, I've heard Baphomet and Baphomet.
Okay.
I've never understood which one should be which.
Um.
I think Baphomet sounds cooler.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that. I've never heard that one before. I guess because of being from the fucking West Coast and weird pronunciations over there, but yeah.
But
Interesting.
they had a fucking goat's head embedded in a pentagram
Yeah,
on
which
their
is
fucking first album.
Baphomet. Yeah, that's there's no
And,
way around it.
They had, and the album's title was Welcome to Hell.
Yeah.
And man, do I enjoy that record. I mean, me and Imperitus did a stream on it not too long ago.
I think that was our first one, wasn't it?
That was the first one you and I did together, yeah.
Yeah.
And goddamn, I love the fact that Venom was the first one we did together because I love that fucking band.
Oh, wait till we dig deep into the black metal.
Oh, we're for our audience, we are going back to the first wave of black metal for the next couple of album reviews. It's going to be the first few Merciful Fate records and Hellhammer / Celtic Frost.
I've seen the name Hellhammer before.
Well, there's also a drummer that goes by that name too.
Okay.
The original drummer for Mayhem was called Hellhammer, but Celtic Frost, before they were Celtic Frost, were called Hellhammer, and arguably a better band.
Honestly, that's arguable. Like you say, Imperitus, that's arguable. Like, because I love some of Hellhammer shit, like Horus Aggressor and stuff like that. But they only ever had the one album.
Yeah,
and it was basically a demo.
I would, yeah, I'd say send me all the clips of the ones that you like. I'll listen.
We will. And Herbs, you are officially invited to be a regular on this show because you've been part of the last 6 episodes, I think.
I think the only one he hasn't been on was the one you and me did with Venom.
Well, no, he wasn't on the Bathory stream either.
I wasn't on the Bathory one, yeah. Although I did listen to it, do want to listen to Bathory. That's gonna be
Yeah.
another one.
They're classic. They are classic.
They are a formative force in
What-
black metal.
Speaking of Bathory, what would be a good album for a newbie to get to as a good introduction to kind of what they encapsulate?
To Bathory,
Yeah.
would be their first record.
I would need to say I would go a little further in just to play a little nice. I would say, what the hell is the name of the album? It's not. No.
Which one are you thinking?
It's the one that's got A Fine Day to Die on it.
Oh, A Fine Day to Die.
No, it's not the name of the album.
No, it's not the name of the album.
Blood, Fire, Death.
Blood, Fire, Death. Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
all
one.
right. I think I've
That's
seen the
actually
cover
the
for that.
last. That's actually the last album they were truly black metal.
Because that one's actually got a halfway decent production. It's
okay.
not full
But
bore in your face.
But
black
as
metal.
I would start with their original output. Start with the self-titled Bathory. And see how their sound evolved over time, because they evolved from black metal into Viking metal. Hell, they created Viking metal as a genre.
I
Pretty
do
much.
like Viking metal. I'm down with that shit.
I would say start with Bathory in 1984,
Okay.
and you'll love some of the raw production there is on this. I think a couple of songs on the first record, you can actually hear the hum from the amplifier.
I think Mila was suggesting a couple albums from their like Viking era because they had the whole black metal at the start and then they went into the Viking metal and it was like, this sounds interesting.
Their early shit is some of their best.
Okay.
I would say that Bathory and The Return of the Darkness of Evil are their two best records.
Okay.
In my opinion. Imperitus might disagree.
A little bit, because I'm also a fan of Under the Sign of the Black Mark.
Oh, dude, Under the Sign is an album I don't think we covered because we only covered the first two.
Yeah, Under the Sign of the Black Mark is really good.
That's their last real black metal album.
Okay.
Even on Blood, Fire, Death, they were kind of going more with the Norse pagan theme.
Which isn't a bad thing.
No, it isn't, and it's a great album.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Under the Sign, it was probably the last of their pure black metal records, which is their third one.
Yeah. I mean, Blood, Fire, Death was still black metal-y. It just, they started incorporating more of the Norse,
Norse pagan theme,
the Viking elements, and things like that.
Yeah, and I appreciate both of those. Really, you can't go wrong with Bathory. Just kind of like in my opinion, you can't go wrong with Priest. Jump in, find an album, jump in, and I think you'll like it. But I would pick the beginning of Bathory's career
to start with. Okay.
To start, and if you've not heard Venom, start with them first, because you can kind of hear where Bathory came from.
Okay.
Because Venom, as much as Corthon like to disagree with this and like to say that Venom, they'd never heard of Venom before they created an album that already had one of Venom's song titles in their fucking lyrics. And we're creating a very dark punk band.
Why lie about that? If you're influenced, just say you're influenced. Why lie?
Dude, he was out to say that they created black metal, which they hadn't done. Venom had created black metal on the album Black Metal the year before Bathory ever became a fucking band.
I could see it if they were inspired by it and they just wanted to be like the first one that hopped on that trend-setting bandwagon, if you will, and be the ones that were like the ones that made it popular.
But
because we see that happen.
But Imperitus will back me up on this. Venom created the black metal sound,
which I don't doubt. Yeah,
I would say them and Bathory.
Again, it's Sabbath and Priest.
Yeah.
Venom created it.
I wouldn't say it in the same way.
Venom
as
created
that.
it. Bathory perfected it.
Again, I really wouldn't say that. I would say that the second wave of black metal took influences from not just those two bands. We can't forget Sodom, Merciful Fate. And,
early Sodom and Merciful Fate were also hugely influential in black metal.
Because when it comes to like Venom and Bathory in this example, they pulled some of the tongue-in-cheek lyrical concepts from Venom, but used the production style and sound style of Bathory,
which was not at all.
No, I mean,
you can say minimalism.
Dark Throne albums, for Christ's sake.
Dude, you can hear some of the fucking hum from the amplifier in some of Bathory.
First Gorgoroth record had feedback, and it was on a CD.
Now,
what about I will say the second wave of black metal? I mean, we'll get into it at a certain point.
This might be more Euro, but what about the chainsaw sound from the like fucking death metal pedal? You guys remember the
the Swedish
metal
sound.
Pedal? The Swedish sound, yeah.
That is Swedish.
That is definitely a Swedish. That's a Scandinavian thing. Well, at least Norway and Sweden, because if you go and listen to the first Dark Throne record, Soulside Journey, they were death metal, and they kind of had that similar sound and style.
That kind of went away once the second wave of black metal kind of pulled away from death metal.
Not really, because Dismembered was still making records.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And Tomb didn't completely turn into death and roll.
But you see what I'm saying, where black metal and death metal kind of pulled apart in the mid '90s.
Yeah.
Because death metal had come up in the meantime between the first and second wave of black metal, and kind of taken over the extreme scene. And the second wave of black metal was kind of differentiating themselves from death metal. And, the originators like Venom and Bathory were still around. I will say that Merciful Fate was only really black metal until King Diamond left.
Yeah.
Which is the first 3 albums?
Yeah.
Which is what we're going to be covering on, I think, our next episode.
Okay.
Because I'm much more familiar with that era of Merciful Fate than I am with Hellhammer. I'm familiar with Hellhammer. I'm not that familiar with Celtic Frost.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who are just as confused as I am, we are going to be doing those episodes, I think, next. That'll be our next couple of records that we do, is the early era of Merciful Fate and also Hellhammer and the early era of Celtic Frost. To round out the first wave of black metal. And then we'll get into other stuff. Because this shit has been... And occasionally I have to torture Imperitus with, a glam or heavy metal band. And even Imperitus, you can admit this one is not a bad one.
No, by no means. I wouldn't say that at all. Like
it's
I said,
just not your thing.
Just I say I'm not a fan doesn't mean I dislike it. Trust me, if I dislike something, you'll know. Notice I wasn't here for Striper.
Yeah, which I think everyone who actually likes the band can be thankful for.
Because that shit has no business being fucking metal. That's one of the things I will disagree with on, in regards to Razor Fist. Sorry, buddy. No.
And me and Herbs and the Sentinel as well.
Striper's metal for me, but everybody's entitled to their opinion.
No, and that's one of the reasons I love having all of you guys around, is we all have different tastes and different things.
Striker or Striper, right? I'd put them in the kind of hair metal, glam metal category.
They are definitely glam metal.
I don't know if I'd call them heavy metal though.
Well,
they do go kind of commercialized with their sound.
They are, I think, in the same category as Wasp.
Wasp. I haven't listened to Wasp, so I couldn't
Oh,
say.
dude,
Oh,
you are going to
man.
love Wasp,
Check them out. Yeah, check them out.
especially early Wasp.
I would say the first 5 albums. Wouldn't you agree? The first 5 albums, at least
Oh,
till
yeah.
like Crimson Idol.
Oh, dude, the Crimson Idol's a fucking fantastic album.
Totally agree.
Which one's the one that Chainsaw Charlie's on?
Yeah, Crimson Idol.
Yeah, that is Crimson Idol. Okay.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Charlie is what happens when you forget the rule of don't piss off the man with the microphone. Because they their record pissed them the fuck off. Their label pissed them the fuck off. And Blackie Lawless replied in song.
Yep.
Oh, that would be really funny. I bet.
But everything from their
I
debut,
can't repeat half of the lyrics of Chainsaw Charlie
Oh,
on
shit.
YouTube without getting the video struck.
But I bet you could find the song itself on YouTube.
Oh yeah, and I will link you to it because I think you'll fucking love it.
or start with, if you've got to start somewhere with Wasp, either the first album, just the self-titled debut, or the Headless Children. Just to get both sides of Wasp. You got the first album, which is more of the glammy, smutty, Motley Crue-ish kind of version of Wasp, and then with the Headless Children,
actual
you get
musical,
the heavy, earnest, topical version of Wasp.
And Soul Assassin, I am not going to do Metal Mythos. I do not want to compete with Razor Fist in that thing because he's way better at it than I am. And I love his shit too. I'm just going to keep doing stuff like this, talking about the albums we all love. And, you know, maybe I'll get Razor on one of these days to talk about it.
You could always do your own sort of like spin if you wanted to, but
I don't really want to.
Well, there you go.
I like this format of us just talking about records we all just listened to, and like especially in your case, Herbs, like you just heard this for the first time.
Yeah.
And there's been albums that I've done that I just heard for the first fucking time, and I love that. In that it's forcing me to listen to new shit.
So I was
even if it's older albums, it's stuff that I've never actively listened to before.
I was gonna ask, because I don't know if you guys are into the type of music that they do, but when we were talking about like the sort of like Norway Finnish style metal, but have any of you heard of Halen?
Yes, I've seen them live.
You have? No fucking way. I'm planning on seeing them live when they come through in October.
Dude, they're a fucking experience, man.
Yeah.
I absolutely, like, they're not metal by any means.
No, but they fall into that label.
But I love it's traditional Norse music.
Yeah. And you know the funny thing is, I tried to listen
Imperitus
to.
Can probably tell you more about that than I can because he's. Yeah, you used to do Norse reenactments, right, Imperitus?
Yes. Well, medieval reenactments. My group was just Viking themed.
Okay.
So
very cool.
He can probably tell you more about that period of Norse music than I can.
You know the funny thing is I've tried to listen to other bands that are like supposedly would fall under that like traditional Norse music, and nothing hits or is impactful as
I would listen to Leaves Eyes.
You'd have to send it to me, yeah.
Because they are their first few albums anyway are talking about Norse history.
Okay.
Like, they're literally talking about Half Down the Black and then Harold Bluetooth.
Okay.
Who, for those of you who don't know, was the first actual king of Norway. He was the first one to actually unite Norway entirely as a kingdom.
Right.
And I believe he was Halfdan's son.
In his family? somewhere.
he was Halfdan's son, I think. Halfdan the Black was one of the worst tyrants that Norway ever suffered.
Right.
But his son was actually a great leader. And I love Leaves' Eyes that they play around with folk music and medieval music and also heavy metal. I'll link them to you after. I saw them for the first time live. They were actually at Metal Fest in 2016 when I was there. And I actually bought their lead singer a drink. And that's where they have two lead singers, male and female. The male is the much more death metal, like guttural howl.
Right.
And then their female lead singer is an actual opera singer.
Right.
Which I think is fucking phenomenal.
I love that, dude. I love that. I mean, one of the reasons why I would listen to Nightwish and Lacuna Coil, like their singers.
I fucking love Nightwish. I was in a Nightwish tribute band a couple years ago.
I actually do not like Nightwish at all.
She's not so much operatic as Lacuna Coil singer is. I would agree.
Christina is operatic as hell.
Well, she was trained officially with it, I think.
Yeah, and for those of you who like Nightwish, I'm not a fan, but I am a fan of Delane, who is similar.
I think, isn't that the one with goddamn, Florence Janssen is the singer in it?
No, actually, that would be Nightwish.
Oh no, she's the current singer of Nightwish, but wasn't she in Delane prior?
No, actually, although she is married to the drummer of one of my favorite bands,
Sabaton. Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Her husband is the current drummer for Sabaton.
Very cool. Very cool.
And
it makes sense.
And if you're looking for an excellent band that kind of spun out of Sabaton, they shed their guitarist at a point in the mid-2000s, and they created their own band called Civil War. And they're fucking good, too. Because they're responsible for early Sabaton and also their own shit. And some of the guitar riffs in early Sabaton are fucking disgusting. As you would expect from a band from Sweden.
Right.
And Sabaton, like, even Imperitus can't fucking shit on Sabaton that much, can you?
I like Sabaton. Where did you ever get the impression that I didn't like Sabaton?
Well, I mean, but you usually shit on most things that aren't, extreme metal.
Just occasionally, not most of the time.
Just
usually when it's glaringly,
Just most of the time.
Just most of the time, and usually when it's glaringly bad.
When it's glaringly bad, there you go. Oh man, too good.
Oh man, I don't mean to call you out like this, man, but on this episode, it's too easy.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it's still better than the Norwegian reggaeton video I came across last night.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
And they were talking about black metal.
Oh no!
At that point,
it wasn't because they thought that black metal meant like metal.
No. I've actually had people think that before, though.
No, I've actually had people think that black metal is metal played by black people.
Yeah, it's the most ridiculous thing, but
that could not be the furthest. That's about the furthest thing from the truth that you can get.
Yeah. But you said reggae-con, so that was like my first.
Black metal is metal
and
played by black people. It's like, well, no, thank you for
at least
playing
3 times.
Oh man! Oh no!
But it's one of those. It's like, oh yeah, black metal is metal played by black people. It's like, well, no, but thank you for playing.
I mean, honestly, and now that I think about it, I know black metal fans. I haven't seen too many black metal musicians. Death metal, yes. I mean, half of Suffocation.
I know a kid who I was talking to a couple of years ago. That was a young kid coming out of South Africa that really, really loved black metal. and he was a black guy. But I don't know that he ever went anywhere. He had talent. I just don't know that he ever went anywhere.
Well, I don't know if anyone has heard of this, but they kind of fall under the like extreme death metal genre. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Oceano. The vocalist is black, and he throws down some of the nastiest, like deep growl vocals I've ever heard.
There's a number of black vocalists in metal.
Vocalists, but
Rippa,
musicians
and musicians as well. Rippa
musicians
is
a little bit harder to find, but
Rippa's one of them.
Ripper's good. Yeah.
Shit. Somebody will remind me of the name of his band. I can't remember, but I've seen them, or I've looked up their shit. And they're fucking fantastic. And metalcore is not even a thing I typically listen to. It's a little bit outside my wheelhouse. But for Eric, especially because of how talented I think his band is.
Oh, they're great, yeah.
I will make an exception for him. And also early Killswitch Engage.
Yeah.
Because they covered Dio. And did it well.
And how could you not like him for that? I mean, yeah, it was pretty good.
When you do a version of Holy Diver that's comparable with the original, dude, you're on another level.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of those, like, you're officially good.
They've put out some recent shit that's not bad either.
They had some pretty okay shit in the middle there, though. That it was pretty trash. I think
some of their stuff was absolute trash. Yeah,
I think once Howard came back, which by the way is the black singer.
I don't know.
They did better.
I don't know. They brought both singers, right? They had both singers.
For a album, yes, they did. They had both.
Oh, they didn't keep them as like an ongoing thing?
No. I think that was transitioning Howard back into the band.
I don't know what parts were bad, but I just remember hearing some Killswitch
I'm not an
songs
expert.
where I'm like,
I'm not an expert on Killswitch by any means. They are from my area, though.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what's great and what's trash, except like there's some songs I know I heard that were not that great to me, and like I just remember the earlier stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Lowell Sargent. What did I do, Soul Assassin? Was it because of what I said in chat? Metal Mentos. I'm a little drunk.
Well, I mean, let's face it. We all that's what we all listen to this show for, is the entertainment value of the stupid shit that comes out of our mouths.
But yeah,
and the occasional profound stuff that we all utter from time to time. I've learned just as much from all of you as I have from actually looking this shit up. Especially Imperitus. Like, this man, if you want to get into the extreme metal genres, this man is an encyclopedia. And Imperitus, don't you even fucking try to deny it.
I wouldn't go that far.
You are. Shut up.
What? I'm sorry that I was involved in a scene for over 20 years. And
But that's why we ask you these questions.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't been in the scene for 20 years.
And that's just specifically the black metal scene. I've been into the metal scene longer than that.
Compared to me, who's been into black metal all probably 7 years, you're an encyclopedia,
I suppose,
of bad ideas for me to go listen.
Well, I also was lucky in the fact that this place when I went where I used to get my metal albums, two of the guys running their distro out of it were getting really into black metal at the time, and I got introduced to a lot of shit that people probably to this day may never even heard of. Like the band Gweist or Isvind. There was another one too from around that time. Oh, what the hell is it? They were a Finnish band too. They were more Viking metal than black.
But that's also why we run channels like this, is to promote bands like that, so people actually do hear them for once.
The band I'm
Sword
thinking
and
of is
Shield and Dreads. Yes.
Darkwood's My Betrothed.
Okay.
And
That
in
sounds
my case,
familiar.
I love promoting NWO THM bands. Bands like Ambush or Enforcer or Space Vacation.
Skullfist is the one I just found that's fucking awesome.
Skullfist, I've only heard a little bit of, but I like what I heard.
Get the album Warriors of the... Let me look it up. I fucking ordered it. Hold on. Amazon order.
And I know Sentinel will agree with this one. One of my favorites of this new genre is Riot City.
Awesome band. Another awesome band.
They are basically
Burning
80s
Witches, too.
They are basically 80s Priest on steroids. And Burning Witches is great too.
Okay,
they're
so
kind
it's
of a more
Skullfist.
modern. They're kind of a more modern warlock,
Right.
and
Yeah,
all female. Not
but
even
yeah, the
just
first singer,
female.
definitely. The first singer especially. She was...
Not even
totally-
not even female led. They're all female.
Yep.
Even the
So
drummer.
it was called Skullfist Way of the Road is the album I would highly recommend as like an introduction.
I would heavily recommend some of the newer bands, like especially for those of you in the audience or on the panel who are into more of like the hard rock sound. Airborne. Holy shit! What a band!
They've been around for a while.
Yeah, they have, and they're basically the replacement for AC/DC.
Yep. A good way to put it.
And Wolfmother as well. I really, really like their extremely overdriven sound. Because they have that fuzz. Like that 70s fuzz. Like they're overloading their amps and they fucking know it. I don't want to play it. You know what? Fuck it. May look up some of these things on YouTube and get the stream banned, but fuck it. That's happened before. Let's see here.
We can edit that part out.
I mean, I don't edit anything, and that's part of the charm of this lovely little corner of YouTube.
Uh-oh. We're playing Russian roulette with YouTube.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Nope.
Oh shit! Oh shit! My own fucking stream showed up on my landing page for YouTube. That's fun. And I'm also gonna have to hang on. Shit! What was I looking up? You guys have to remember I'm retarded, so what was I just about to fucking look up?
Well, that sucks because I'm retarded too.
¿Qué pasó?
Fuck. Imperitus?
I couldn't tell you either.
God damn it.
Hey, well, did he say, like minds think alike?
Yeah, except we're all fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I'm just a little drunk. Oh man.
Oh man, I've never seen four men on YouTube just experience a simultaneous brain fart.
You have yet to be on Foul Ball stream.
Ooh.
That's fair. Although I'll probably be on there in a couple of weeks. So,
You caught part of it this week.
yeah, I caught it, but I'll probably be on it at some point, just encouraging the stupidity.
Yeah, it gets pretty bad the more I'm
I need to catch that show again. It's been like a few months since I stopped in on
there are smart men who come on there like comics and like try to keep it sane.
No. Comics, I think, comes on there to fuck with Matt.
You're also
Matt's
not wrong.
fun to buck with.
Speaking of which, Comics Division is going to be having a members room tonight. So
yep.
if you're a member of Comics, stop by and at least heckle him in the chat. I'll probably be on the stream. because fuck it, I'm a glutton for punishment.
Well, as I said to
have a-
comics the other night, it's 2 weeks in a row now, I almost lost my goddamn TV to his fucking stream because somebody said, and I almost sprayed my drink all over it.
Oh no.
Brahma Bull torched culture.
Oh, dude, that was fucking glorious.
And it wasn't even what he said. It was just a complete
man.
nonchalant, flippant, whatever.
That's
Delivery.
how Brahma does shit.
That's fucking hilarious.
That's
man.
the only delivery Brahma has. And yet, when he says something like that, it's fucking glorious.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we are both proud members of the Dix Division,
Yes.
and you all should be too.
Mm.
Like
Although
I said,
we need
comics is one of the people who inspired me to start my channel up.
we need to harass Talks about being on Thursday Night Throwdown,
We got something bigger to worry about coming up.
which is
What 70's working on?
oh yeah,
And we're not spoiling that.
We're not going to talk about that.
No.
But safe to say, we are going to be on a stream with someone who we all watch. And we're going to be doing music.
Oh fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I'm not going to spoil it, at least publicly,
Yeah.
until it's confirmed.
I think it was as of last night. Just the date needs to be settled on.
But I want an actual
100% full confirmation
Concrete.
date and
date, time, and we're fucking going.
I get it. You want to make sure everything's set in stone first, right?
But a certain sentient pair of glasses is going to be on 70s Rock Fans channel.
Sentient pair of... Nah, I'm not going to say anything because I might guess it wrong, but...
There might be a yellow background in there somewhere.
Gotcha.
Everyone knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
One of the only people in the fellowship with a beard better than mine. And honestly, I'd have to compare it at this point. I think mine might be bigger and better than his.
Now that would be a lit stream to be on.
no, not culture.
No, not culture.
Wait, who has the better beard than Culture?
I do want to do a stream with Culture at some point because he seems like he'd be a fucking awesome guest.
He's so chill. Such a chill dude.
The amount of abuse that man takes on comics' streams and keeps coming back and smiling for it is always impressive.
Yeah, which means he's going to take it out on us.
I'm surprised you didn't get it on the first guest, Sentinel. I'm sorry, but...
Well, no, I mean, I've been talking to Culture Casino about coming on the stream, and he is one of those guys, like, I like to let my guests set the agenda, especially if it's their first time on the channel. And he's not gotten back to me with one yet, so
Dude's a busy man.
And no, that's why I'm like, it is what it is. Like, if it comes on the channel, great. Before I found out about the move, I was planning on doing a history of rock and roll stream. I'm still planning on doing it. It just might be a little bit further down the pipe.
Right.
From the 50s to the mid 60s.
Okay.
So like the actual origins of rock and roll.
Yeah.
And when I say rock and roll is the most American genre of music of all time, I don't fuck around.
It is.
It's a combination of black music and Delta blues and white music in terms of the big band sound of the 1940s, and also Hispanic with guys like Richie Valens.
Yep.
They did have a huge influence.
And the Spanish guitar and the Spanish guitar style.
Yeah, people forget they had a huge.
Which is why I have Paulie coming on the show as well. This is all still in the planning stages, so
don't spoil it too much, man.
But it's going to be a great fucking show.
And
Yeah.
it's going to be just a generic music stream.
It's gonna be just rock and roll. The
Just
origins
rock and
of
roll.
rock and
Nice.
roll. The origins of rock and roll.
Mm.
That sounds fucking epic.
Because let's face it, we all need to remember where we come from.
Hmm.
And
Little
for
Richard.
and
Little
for us,
Richard.
it's Chuck Berry and Little Richard.
Yep.
Like, this is the foundation of rock and roll.
It's hard to argue against Chuck Berry, man. Chuck Berry fucking
Dude, Johnny B. Good is the
Slade.
beginning of rock and roll.
yeah.
Like,
Priest
he is
covered Johnny B. Good on Raymond Down, so you know
not
there's
very
DNA
well,
there.
mind you, but
Not very well, but I mean, I can't remember if it was Chuck Berry, but like he was one of the first electric guitar players, right?
Chuck Berry.
I think it was him. Yeah, yeah. And one of the first people to bring an electric guitar up on a stage, playing it live.
At Soul Assassin, I'm going to send Tom an email
Yeah.
asking him to be on that stream because that's going to be fucking phenomenal. I know he's a huge early rock fan. So, like, oh, dude, this is going to be fucking nuts. And I'm hoping all of you guys are going to be around to see it.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
I'll sign up for that.
Well, I'd have to actually pay for StreamYard to actually get all of you guys into the stream.
I would just actually enjoy hearing it just from the chat. So.
That's what I meant. Yeah, I'll sign up to join in the chat.
But I think you guys would benefit by being on the panel from having to listen to the early rock and roll stuff
Yeah.
and how it influenced what came later.
Mm.
Because that's kind of how I came into it. My dad grew up when rock and roll was new. So
It's
when
interesting because it goes back and forth between America created rock and roll, and then you throw
Britain
it over
perfected
to
it.
England, and they have the Beatles and everything, and that becomes the psychedelic stuff, and then
the British invasion.
the British invasion, and then
And
that
like
comes
they
to
took
America.
basically American rock and roll and perfected it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yet still it has an American style to it. Like, can any of us, even as metalheads, say that we don't like CCR? That is one of the most American rock and roll bands of all time.
I've
Railroad too.
not met a single person that doesn't like CCR. Like that's just,
or at least a song or two from them.
Yeah, I mean,
right,
I'm at the point where it's just like, if you don't like CCR, I don't like you.
right?
Like,
I don't know enough of their music, but I do like what CCR songs there are out there on the radio.
Sentinel,
man.
get with me offline. I will introduce you to entire albums. I mean, me and Imperitus did an entire stream on CCR as a whole, and I did a stream with Christian DeLorme on this channel on Cosmos Factory, particularly.
I wish I could remember the songs. But there was a couple of CCR songs that I did with a student band. They were all adults that were playing and learning how to play it, right?
And that's the beauty of CCR is a lot of their shit is really easy to play.
And fucking fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and,
really easy and really fun.
And what was that song? Who did it? Singing in the Rain? I think. No, not. It's
Papa Cotton might be
actually
foreshadowing a little bit because we're working on a Tool episode. Imperitus.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're the contact for that.
I might
one.
be remembering.
I haven't done that yet. I was going to get ready to.
Jesus Christ! I just looked it up again just to kind of remind myself.
We are going to be doing an episode on Tool, probably in the next couple of months. And I think
Papa,
you're going
you
to like
should be on that one, man. I don't know enough
there-
about Tool to give you any good insight.
Hey, this is why I love having you guys on, is because sometimes you guys learn things from me. rather than me just running my mouth and you looking at me like I'm retarded, which is what happens most of the time. Oh, this man's speaking my fucking language.
I saw that comment. I just started laughing.
I never actually got to get my filthy little dick beaters on a M60. I was on a 240 the whole time. But that was the replacement for the M60 in the infantry squad. So, yeah, I fully know what you're talking about. Everyone else has this, little rifle, and then you have this fucking big honking piece of metal.
That was a song. It was a Fleetwood Mac song that I'm fucking thinking of. Dreams
Which
It
one?
Only Thunders When It's Raining.
Oh, yeah.
That was the
Yeah.
other one I was thinking of. Try to think of the CCR song that we did, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. But anyway,
Well, I mean, one that's very similar to that is Who'll Stop the Rain. And the funny thing is, like, there's a duet of songs that are my two favorites from CCR is Have You Ever Seen the Rain and Who Will Stop the Rain?
I think that
And they're on different albums.
it had to be Fortunate Son that my band did, because that's the one that I remembered. Not Have You Ever Seen the Rain. I would have remembered that one, but
Boobs, Bullets, and Booze.
the
Absolutely.
three B's, yep.
the three fundamental goods of life.
Mm-hmm. Amen to that.
A man after my own heart.
I'm not religious, but amen to that.
Hey, at least you grew up in the church. I didn't. I've basically been an atheist since I was born.
Don't forget bacon.
That is also true. Bacon is fucking important.
And don't. Oh my God. You can't forget bacon.
Can I just say I'm really, really stupid and retarded? Because there are hundreds, like almost several, at least 25 songs that I just looked up just for my curiosity into credence. And all of these songs I've heard several times, and I just couldn't put together because you know how you listen to rock radio, everybody starts to sound the same, and you can't really figure out who's who. And then
they're one of the most quintessential rock bands of the '60s.
That happens to a lot of people, though. They will hear CCR songs and not connect it to CCR, and it's just one of those things. Like, yeah, what Pope said.
All right, good. So I'm
most
not the only
quintessential.
one.
Yeah, most quintessential.
You're only 27. I didn't train you, did I?
You probably did.
Because if you got the shit kicked out of you by a Lance Corporal Field, I don't apologize at all. You needed it.
If you did any time at Camp Lejeune, I think it's called
Lejeune
in Texas, you may have.
Actually, that's not in Texas. It's in North Carolina.
North Carolina, right? Why the fuck did I think it was Texas?
No idea.
It was in 2.8. Oh, I think you guys talked about this before.
Yeah, you were in 2.8.
What companies?
So you were in Lejeune. I was in Pendleton. I was 1st Marine Division. And you guys were in 2nd. But you guys got the worst of it. In terms of when I was getting out. That was when a lot of the woke shit started happening. So I was getting out, so I didn't give a fuck. Goddamn Hollywood. Hey, fuck you. I went to Paris Island. I went to Paris Island and Camp Geiger. I just got stationed with 1-5. All right? Got a fucking problem?
I have no idea what this means, so I'm just gonna laugh.
I've heard of Paris Island.
No, Hollywoods are Marines that went to San Diego for boot camp.
Oh, I should have fucking known that. I live near. Oh my god.
They were the ones who had to go to San Diego for boot camp and went to the West Coast SOI.
Right.
Whereas real Marines go to Parris Island,
Yeah.
the original training center for the United States Marine Corps.
And that's in Carolina somewhere?
South Carolina.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's honestly, unless you're training there, one of the most beautiful places on earth.
Parris Island.
Parris Island, South Carolina.
Gotta look that up. Yeah, South Carolina training grounds.
It's actually it's actually right across the bay from like Hilton Head.
Oh shit!
Like, so like if it wasn't for the creatures that live there, it would be a resort.
That does not look like fun there.
No, it's not, especially because of the sand fleas.
Looks like a prison compound for Marines.
It is.
In
fact, I think prisoners actually have it slightly better.
I don't doubt it.
That's the conditions we train in. We create Marines in.
Yep. I buy it. Yep.
I mean, the first day I was there, I saw somebody get punched in the face, so...
Yeah, I don't doubt it, man. That's
how the Marine Corps operates.
Like just a regular fist fight, or just like
like
a subordinate getting punched out, or
no, he was a subordinate, and one of the sergeants mentioned him being from Chicago and mentioning something about his lack of parentage, and the guy got pissed off and tried to fucking swing at him.
So he gets decked back, of course, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, dude, he barely got above here.
Ooh, before he got smacked.
Yeah, and he just got fucking decked, and he got one-shotted.
I believe it. Yep.
Welcome to being a drill instructor. Like, these dudes are no fucking joke.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't swing at a DI, man. Fucking shit.
Oh, don't remind me of the sand fleas. The sand fleas were cute. After you're done.
After you're done. After you're done burning them all, I bet.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, man.
Because you're not allowed to scratch. That would be breaking bearing.
Mm-hmm.
So, they consider it what we call the circle of life on Parris Island. They feed on you. That makes you miserable. Your misery feeds the drill instructors. Therefore, the cycle is complete.
Some fucking shit, man.
They just enhance your misery, which makes the drill instructors happy. I've met drill instructors who have actually said this in the fleet.
Damn.
Like, no, we make you as miserable as we can on purpose. Because, let's face it, honestly, having been in the Marine Corps, boot camp is the easy part. As long as you do what the fuck they tell you and don't do something dumb, you're actually pretty okay.
Right.
Just learn what they're trying to teach you and don't be a fucking retard. Which we all were that retard at one point.
Yeah.
I spent more than my fair share in the sand pit getting smoked because I'm stupid. Also because I'm a little more stubborn than I should be.
I'd pin it on stubborn more than stupid because, yeah. I wouldn't say that most people that go into the military are stupid. I mean,
we're stubborn.
A lot of times. A lot of times.
I mean, especially Marines. We're stubborn fucking assholes. A lot of us.
Oh yeah, and there's no shame in it. It's not a bad thing. I would say it's
It's
just
a
not good.
personality trait that becomes or that makes you a Marine later on.
Yep.
Because we're never gonna fucking quit.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's
Once we get deposited on a piece of land, this is our land now.
mm-hmm.
And good fucking luck taking it off of us. Like
Good
you might get us
luck
to fall
taking it
back.
from you.
Yeah, you might get us to fall back eventually, after losing 5 times as many men as we've put into it. Because we're just going to shoot you,
Yep.
and we don't play fair.
Yep.
Oh man, have we really been going for fucking 4.5 hours?
Holy shit. We're almost at 5 hours because we started at 1.
Shit. I mean, for me,
It
I
would be
started at
5.
4.
Yeah, it would be 5 hours at this point.
The counter says 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 34 minutes. Holy shit. We have managed to waffle on about one album.
That's
and its assorted tangents.
Yeah,
Fucking 4.5 hours. That's a new record for us.
Rookie numbers. Let's go 12 hours. No,
Oh, no.
I can't do 12 hours.
Oh, Imperitus, should we invite him to the Black Sabbath stream?
Oh, good lord.
You'll do 12 hours and you'll fucking like it.
Yeah, that idea Nick Weiser has is absolutely insane, and I love it.
I'm 100% on board with it. I want to do it. I was actually kind of sad when he was just like, "Oh yeah, we can't do it." It was supposed to be today.
Was it supposed to be? Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
was. Shit.
I was actually gonna push this off till the next week.
That's right. I forgot all about that.
But Nick had to push it back.
Well, yeah, you know why I forgot all about that is because he pushed it back. You know, I just scrubbed it. You know, oh, I have something to do on that day. Just scrubbed that right out of my head aside from this.
Mm-hmm. Which I think is hilarious. And that stream is going to be fucking nuts. It's going to be probably, 18, 20 hours?
18, 20 hours, you think?
We're doing all of Black Sabbath.
Yeah.
In the kind of detail I go into.
Yeah, true. I mean, it could well over a 12-hour stream, obviously, but
like this is gonna be a day.
You're gonna have to remind me so I show up there on time in chat.
It's gonna be fucking funny either way. Because you've got me, Imperitus, 70s, and Nick as the core presenters. And then some of you guys coming in to relieve us so we can actually drink water. And stop talking for more than 5 seconds.
That's probably okay. You bring up a good point right there. Probably one of the toughest things about streaming is actually taking
your mouth
a break.
Goes fucking dry.
Yeah, taking a break from talking and actually getting some water or using the restroom, and still keeping chat entertained. Or
yeah, which is why don't get me wrong. That's why I'm constantly drinking either water or beer on my streams because my mouth runs dry very quickly.
Yeah.
But I also have to pee a lot because I'm drinking water constantly.
I hear that. Yep. Ain't no Jerry catheter for us.
Yeah, no. I don't have a piss bucket.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, I made investment. No one wants to hear that.
Don't go there. We'll talk about that after hours.
No, we won't even talk about that then because that's no bad.
No.
That's just not okay.
Anyways.
But oh man, I think we're gonna end this here because we have covered the album. Although what was your feeling on the last track on the album, Devil's Child?
In my opinion, the feeling I got was it's a great tune, almost like AC/DC inspired.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard rock track.
Yeah.
Herbs?
There's a couple of tracks on side B, the second half of the album, that I felt were inspired by AC/DC too. But that last track, is a great way to end it. I feel like um it's one of those things where I guess it
Especially that
depends.
charismatic fucking entry into the
Yeah.
into the chorus.
So depending on how
Especially because he just makes it so suave and so
Exactly. Oh
fucking
no, you're so damn wicked. You got me by the throat. That's all Halford.
It's
It's
just
using his
swagger.
voice to
It's just all
exactly
swagger.
his vocal swagger.
It is for sure. The Depending on how you write it with your songwriting, you want to consider how you're going to end the album, and the way that they did the entire album, the opening and going throughout it. Like, I think that they ended it pretty well. This song just
Especially showing
kicks it
off
off.
his vocal talent.
Yeah.
And like he can show both both the lower and higher end of his range on one album.
Yeah. It's intense. In a way.
The scary part is you can still do that now.
Ah, man, I'm sure he's spent a lot of hours practicing it, and that's probably why it's gotten to where it's muscle memory for him. But the fact that he can still pull it off at 70 is insane.
I mean, that's the thing is, like, he can still hit those notes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which he should not be able to.
The only difference between what, like, if you were to say, like, 80s Rob and Rob today is they sound basically the same, except the cleaner vocals are now meaner. So he goes from cleaner to meaner. They sound meaner, you know?
And he has a much better beard now.
Yes.
Maybe it's because of the age, and you know how but people like that. It's a stereotype of men age like fine wine. You get better with age. There's a lot of aspects where that's not true, but
I have
true
to go, guys.
as well.
Okay. So we will shut this down here.
Excellent stream.
But no, I mean, it's been a great stream. I'd love to have you all on again. I mean, this is probably going to be the core going forward.
It's not like I have a choice.
You always have a choice, asshole. You just keep showing up.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because I keep telling you to.
Yeah.
It's like, be here. Okay.
Yeah.
And the next couple are going to be more this guy's wheelhouse.
Okay, cool, because I'm not as familiar with black metal. I know, like, Emperor and...
We're going to get to Emperor.
Okay.
We're going to finish off the first wave of black metal, and then we're going to go to the second wave.
All right, cool.
And in between, we're going to do a lot of the stuff I like, which is more power and speed metal stuff.
Sweet, because power and speed is pretty much right up my alley.
Yeah. Well, that's where I live. So we're going to kind of, not only just the history of heavy metal, just the shit I like. And I actually kind of live on both sides. Like, there's a lot of black metal stuff I really enjoy. But that being said, I think we're going to close that out here. So, Imperitus.
Yes.
What's going on with you, my friend?
Not a whole lot. I need to finish up some videos I've been working on. And other than that, this week, you'll probably find me on the MF or Cocktail Lounge at $5 Productions antagonizing Matt as I do.
Oh, you're actually going to do videos again?
Yeah.
I've been telling you to for months.
Yeah, I've had other things going on with work and such.
Yeah.
But I got a few more album reviews coming.
Cool. I can't wait to hear them because your Caladan Brood one was great.
Yeah, that album's a fan-fucking-tastic. If you got to take a long drive somewhere, that is one of the bands that I recommend to listen to. A band called Caladan Brew. They only have one album out called Echoes of Battle, I believe is the name of the album. And them and Summoning are good for long road trips.
Ooh, Summoning. Mila mentioned them earlier too.
Oh, they're so good.
Especially in relation to Tolkien.
Yes.
Which me and Ark are actually going to talk about. Arkatul are going to talk about in the near future. And I can't wait for you guys to hear that because, man, I love Tolkien. So we're going to talk about that for a good long time. Herbs, what do you got going on?
What is up? So, I am still working on some YouTube content to put out. It's been a little bit. Mainly, I've been focused on streaming on Twitch, which I most likely will be on my channel tomorrow, streaming some Apex Legends, having some fun. Which, Mur Emperor, if you're still in chat, we will be doing some Apex tomorrow. And yep, gronking on some dogs. But yeah, other than that, just keep an eye out for when I post stuff up on my YouTube. It should be pretty soon here. Just distracted with other things. But yeah. Cheers.
All right. And of course, you can always catch Herbs probably almost every week at this point on my channel.
Yep.
Because he either knows or is willing to learn about almost everything heavy metal. So,
Hell yeah.
and that being said, Sentinel, what you got going on, man?
I am currently busy with work, so I'm not adding a lot to my channel content-wise, but you can find me at Sentinel and on Instagram at the Sentinel43. And you can catch me usually every week. I'll be either in Pope's chat or now possibly his panel. So thank you for having me on, and I'll see you.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're going to be on the panel more often than you're in chat, because even when you were in chat, you were
my fingers were getting typing so much, like
great insights. So, you're a victim of your own success. So now you have to actually be on here and talk about it with us.
All right. Glory's
Not a bad thing.
Not a bad thing. Exactly. Thanks, guys.
But as for me, the next thing I think we're doing is next Monday. Well, I mean, our next episode of Rock and Roll Collision is going to be Merciful Fate. We're going to do their first 3 albums.
I don't know enough about Merciful Fate, so this is perfect for me.
And I think the next time you'll see me after that is on 70s Rock Fans channel, where we are talking and the new wave of traditional heavy metal, which is going to be a fucking awesome episode.
Oh, I think next week we're doing Zardoz.
Are we doing Zardoz now?
I think so. Yeah, go back and reread that Gilded conversation from last.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to reread the chat.
At least that's the impression I got out of it. It just made me just go, "Oh fuck."
Is that the movie with Sean Connery?
Yes.
Cool.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but there is a reason we're rescheduling the entire chat and like the entire schedule for his show.
And you'll be finding out about that in the near future, I'm sure.
Yep, in the next couple of weeks, probably.
I wouldn't be surprised in the next few days.
But
you're gonna have a baby?
No.
Oh, all right.
No, I only look like that. I'm just fat. But you guys will be finding out about that in the next couple of days. And Sentinel, Herbs, I do actually want to have you guys try to get on 70 stream because it's a lot of fun.
All right.
And we talk about a lot of the same shit we do on here. And Imperitus just sits there and looks intimidating as usual.
Oh, and I did forget something. Me and Foulball have been doing a regular gaming stream on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Past couple weeks have been
Oh.
MechWarrior 5, and I think this week we're switching it up. I'm going to play a little bit of co-op Wasteland 3.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'd say run it by the guys that you want to have me on their streams. Same with Sentinel. Run it by them, and if they're cool with it, then I'm down. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm down to have you guys on my streams, so
Oh, absolutely, for sure. I'll be
Since
here
I-
every week you want me to.
since I own it, well,
Yeah, yeah.
But as always, thank you all for showing up. The members of the panel, past, present, and current. And also to the chat. You guys have always been awesome. Thank you for showing up and listening to us rant for fucking 4 hours. Only half of which was actually probably about the album we're covering. But thank you so much for showing up.
Closer to 5, not 4.
All right.
Either way, your point still stands.
Yeah, my point stands. Well, thank you for showing up and listening to me waffle on for damn near 5 hours now. With help from these other people who've encouraged this kind of stupidity. But as for me, you'll see us here again next week with Merciful Fate. And other than that, you'll see me on 70s Rock Band's channel next time he does a It's Only Talk and Roll. And I may or may not do a Twitch stream here or there playing Battletech because I like that game and I occasionally remember I have a Twitch channel. Other than that, thank you all for showing up. I really love this album. I really hope you guys listen to it. I really hope you guys enjoyed this episode as much as I enjoyed having this conversation. And with that being said, stay healthy, stay safe, take care of each other, and I'll catch you next time.